shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wants in fire, a mind joined its dawn. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the judge will bring the fair. No hurdles, no illusions, no hollow in your bed. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Thinking truth from the wreckage, lazy thought from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare. Exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the mortal chemist dead. On his growl rings through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, shooting keeps the battle is right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I'm making the chaos of found to
Welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it. I pointed too early. Oh, man. Let's try this again. Welcome. That is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you, and let's party. There we go. Second time's a charm. Welcome. Shout out to Blueberry Street. We got Lone Wolf and Cub. Very good to see ya. Orange Man bad? No. Well, I mean, Orange Man he has his issues, but Orange Man, very, very good. So I'm trying something a little bit different. I'm thinking, decisions. All right, so now let's just go right into, so let's start off with something fun, because tonight, unfortunately, this is going to be a little bit of a downer in the sense that we're going back to education and not just schooling specifically, but the youth themselves, the actual kids. They are failing and being failed in every single direction. So before we do that, I figured let's have a little fun and lighten the mood.
I want to talk about your relationship with the president and where it stands currently. When was the last time you were in the Oval Office?
Just a few months ago. I went to the Oval Office. I had gone several times, actually, like a lot.
And what did you see?
I assume you guys know that Tucker was just recently on the New York Times podcast and was like, I never called Trump the Antichrist, even though we called Trump the Antichrist.
When you were there?
Everybody knows this, but I'll just confirm it. Like, Bibi had been in there before me, and he probably had a gun to Trump's head,
Really?
like an actual gun, like a loaded weapon.
You're saying Benjamin Netanyahu had a gun to his head?
And he had Donald Trump in a chokehold. And I know that Donald Trump had a wrestling background. He was involved at one point in the WWE, but clearly that didn't matter, like at all. And Bibi had a gun to his head and said, "We're going to Iran. We're doing this." And Trump was like, "No."
And you saw this with your own eyes?
I mean, Washington insiders know this. They know this.
Wait, so this happened or didn't happen?
I mean, I wasn't in the room, but I imagine it was something like that was going on. I mean, you don't go to Washington multiple times without trying to influence the president for your agenda.
But you went. I'm sorry, I'm confused. Okay, well, what is your assessment of President Trump currently?
Well, I attempted to communicate with the president. I went outside into the forest and I screamed, "Don't do it." I don't know if that was effective. I don't know if he heard. I don't know if he could hear me, but I certainly tried to do that. I did. I think it's possible Donald Trump might be a wizard.
What?
I do believe that.
It's so spot on. It's so spot on. And Tucker being an impersonator of Tucker is not easy because he has a lot of these little mannerisms, and similar to Trump, I guess, where there's a lot of little mannerisms, and usually people pick on one and hone in on that. Like a lot of people that do that face and no, because I'm moving my hands, I'm scrunching my face, I'm sounding like Trump. Like a lot of people do that versus like Shane Gillis's Trump. He, the little mannerisms, and in general, whenever somebody is going from a low voice to like, "Oh, that's really," that is a difficult thing to pull off. So shout out to this guy. He is, why not lie about everything like Democrats? Who needs facts or evidence anymore? Well, I am on the side of truth, so I don't like it. Doesn't mean we can't laugh at it.
And I do.
What do you mean by that?
Well, the last time I was at the Oval Office, I walked in and at one point the chief of staff looked at me, and Donald Trump himself looked at me. He said, "You shall not pass." And I thought, that's not our president. That's Gandalf. Gandalf the White. And there's nothing wrong with being white, by the way. I say that as a white person, as a man, as a Christian. But Trump might be a wizard.
And so I understand you correctly. What you're saying is you literally believe President Donald Trump might be Gandalf from Lord of the Rings?
I don't know. But we should be able to ask those questions, I think.
Okay, moving on. What is your
God.
current relationship with Turning Point USA?
Well, like I've always loved TPUSA. I've loved the organization. I've headlined many times. They didn't ask me to do it this year, and so that is what it is. But I've always participated in their events. I've never charged anything, by the way. I've always done it for free, and they always paid me a lot.
Shout out to Heimdall. Welcome to the party, and we got Chronic. Welcome. Just a little bit of humor because tonight is not gonna be that happy. It might be a little bit depressing, and so this guy made a skit. In case I'm sure you've seen clips from the New York Times podcast where Tucker was just on, and so we laughing about that a little bit because I got some shit to show you. Welcome.
Like a lot. So I
And do you think TPUSA as an organization is in decline?
I haven't the faintest idea, but yes. I just have questions, like
I haven't the faintest idea, but yes.
legitimate questions. And the moment you ask questions, socialist, communist, anti-Semite, no. I just have legitimate questions. Like, what happened on Charlie Kirk? Should capital be taxed at half the rate of labor? What's Bibi Netanyahu's father's middle name? Or if a demon rapes you without protection, should you get checked for STDs? It's because it's itchy.
Okay, tell me more about J.D. Vance.
Who is J.D. Vance?
J.D. Vance, the vice president?
I mean, I know J.D. are letters. I mean, they're letters J and D. I mean, J, people are going to say, Nazi, J, but those are just letters to me. Those are just letters of the alphabet to me.
You're telling me you don't know who J.D. Vance is?
I literally don't know who that is. Those words have never come out of my lips. Actually, I've never uttered those words ever, and I've never.
Tucker, look.
And again, that's a play on when the Jesus picture came out, and Tucker was like, I don't know. This could be, he could be the Antichrist. I don't know. And so the New York Times, the real New York Times person asked him about it. He's like, I never said that. Those words did not come out of my mouth. And in fact, they did. Almost said Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson. I'm not saying Trump is Gandalf, but don't you find it strange that you've never seen Trump or Gandalf in the same room at the same time? On to the next thing. Well, do with that what you will.
Look, I've watched you for years, okay? Way back during the cable news days when you had a show on...
What show?
Your television show.
I've never had a show, like at all.
You had one of the highest rating television news programs?
I've literally never uttered words out of my lips on television, like ever. that I can recall.
I'm talking about the years when you were on Fox.
What do you mean by Fox? Like the animal?
No, Fox News.
I'm sorry, I only know Fox the animal. I mean, I don't know what it sounds like, actually, like at all. What does the fox say?
Tucker, are you okay?
I've never been on TV. I don't know what this is. Where are we? Who are you? Who am I? What is this? What is this? These are questions. I have questions. Who am I? I don't know. Where are we?
We should take a break.
I'm Jean Valjean.
I actually haven't seen past here, so I don't know.
Baby?
What is this?
Yes, he's here. How are the hallucinations?
Get out of here, Tucky. These people are all Christian Zionists.
You've been here, a patient of this institution.
I was molested by a demon in my sleep.
The dreams you have every night.
There were claw marks. There were.
And you've uncovered a conspiracy so that anything we tell you about who you are, what you've done, you can dismiss as lies.
Okay. Shut up, Nazi! I'm friends with J.D. Vance.
I've been hearing this fantasy for 2 years now. I know every detail.
I love that!
You're the most dangerous patient we have. Your crime is terrible, one you can't forgive yourself for, so you invented another self.
I totally agree.
You understand?
And so you...
Oh, there's plenty more. Apparently, this guy does plenty. So I'll drop a link for you guys if you want to check that out on your own. But not super directly relevant to what we're going to talk about today. Like I said, I just saw that we got a lot of heavy stuff, and so I figured let's start with a little bit of levity. So we have, there's I'm of two minds because I have a bunch of videos that I want to show you, but we also have a debate that I think encapsulates this pretty well. So I think what I'm going to do, I've been trying to decide if we want to go videos. I think let's get into the debate. And it's the what do we got here? Should we abolish the Department of Education? Between Wicked Wally and Counterpoints. Shout out to SpeakeaZy on the Swords of Reason platform. So, it's basically what you would expect. I'm skipping the opening statements because I just want to get to the meat of the discussion. And basically, Wally here is saying that we don't need. He's in favor of abolishing the Department of Education because it doesn't really do anything, and anything that it does do can be, sent to other organizations, and that most of schooling has to do with local stuff, so we don't need a federal thing. And then Counterpoints, the lefty, basically says, "Nuh-uh, that's mean. It's going to be, it's going to hurt the poor Black and brown people." That's about where we're at. So we're going to dive in here, and then I'm going to look for some cues, and we have plenty, as you saw. As you can see, we got some videos to get through. All right, here we go.
Swords of Reason, politics, culture, ethics, internet topics, video games, anything where reasoning and passion can collide, we do it. So if you're enjoying it, the format, make sure you stay locked in. We got a lot more coming up. And finally, thank you to both the debaters for being here tonight and bringing your perspectives to the arena. And whenever you guys are ready for the open floor, I will start the timer up with whoever's voice wants to start.
And of course, guys, if you would like to watch this debate without my commentary, the link will be in the description.
So for the record, Connor, I never said we don't need studies. I said I think we're capable of having studies commissioned on education without having a Department of Education to do it.
Yeah, so in the rebuttal, in the opening, Wally was saying that if there are studies to be done, we don't need a federal board of or Department of Education to do that. And then Counterpoints, a.k.a. Connor on the other side, is saying, well, Wally said we don't need to study anything about schools, which, as he just corrected, is not the case.
It seems like if we remove the Department of Education, we're not going to see standards collapse, and we're certainly not going to see the whole education system collapse. It wasn't in danger of collapse in 1979 prior to Carter establishing it. The states were managing it prior to 1980 perfectly fine.
Thanks, Jimmy Carter. We got HR Death Poet in the building. Welcome to the party. Connor said we need everyone to say, "Go Sabres." They are down 2-0. They need the good vibes. That's hockey, right? Shout out to the Sabres. This is the only way other than like a lightsaber. This is the only context I know this word. I want to say Washington. Is that right? Buffalo State. Okay, so I knew it was what did I just say? Washington. Okay, so I knew it was hockey, but all right, these fucking Canucks, eh? Good luck. Good luck. Play.
Reason he initially established
Buffalo.
the DOE was because you were coming out at the time still relatively recently out of the civil rights era. And the main function of the DOE and the reason it still does many of the programs that it does is because they were existing to essentially, at the time, provide an effective manner to make sure a bunch of states and or maybe counties in different states didn't try en masse to push back against all the desegregation. Yeah. That was mainly the purpose
So again, in the opening, establishing that there was a purpose for the Department of Education, specifically because there was so many different schools, different school systems throughout the states. But the segregation thing was a federal issue, and so at the time it made sense. But we don't really need that anymore, do we? Shout out to JL. Welcome to the party. What? What you talking about, Willis?
Were founded was to deal with that stuff directly. Now, over 40 years later, I don't think it's primarily needed for that function anymore, and that can be handled through state legal systems, and it doesn't change federal law if the DOE goes away.
So hold on. So within 40 years, which is basically like 2 generations, so that's my parents' generation, my generation. Not only I'm actually really happy to hear this. So not only did we like solve racism to the point that like systems aren't disproportionately fucking people over, we've actually made equal educational outcomes across racial groups. Like blacks are doing just as good as whites, Hispanics are doing just as good as whites, Asians are outperforming whites. Like everybody's Gucci.
And we're definitely, unfortunately, that's the road we're going to go down. There's going to be some key things here that ties in. I'm just excited. I don't usually have a bunch of different things, so I'm a little bit excited. But indeed, we're great, right?
What was I specifically saying?
You were saying that we were coming out of the time of the civil rights era, and it was more needed back then than it's needed now.
No, it was dealing with the fallout of the Civil Rights Act. I'm saying we don't need it for that function because if that's what it was primarily dealing with, well, 40 years later, I didn't say we've solved racism. I've said you don't really see your local teachers union organizing to try to bring back Jim Crow laws. I think we are past that.
But you know what you do? You know what?
I would have hung on that moment. That I'm not saying that. I'm saying that teachers unions are not pushing for segregation. Are you arguing that they are?
You do see organized societies because I live in Central Florida. We're a pretty multiracial, multi-ethnic area. And what you do see is the remnants of segregation where you actually have communities that are either separated by highways or separated by train tracks. And then within the communities that are on the wrong side of the train tracks or the wrong side of the highway, it's 95% black, 97% black. Maybe there will be an influx of Hispanic. And then the educational quality within those schools sucks ass. And then not only that, the after school programs, which the DOE does provide funding and grants for, are the ways that like kids are assisted outside of school so they don't become criminals. So that's like, that's kind of like, and we're talking about 1% of the budget. If you were taking this from a fiscal conservative standpoint where you were like, hey, the federal government spends too much money and we need to reel in our debt before we collapse the value of the dollar, we could have that conversation. But cutting 1% of the budget, which we're not even cutting the full percentage point, but cutting 1% of the budget, and it's specifically the thing that is supposed to help out the least amongst us, doesn't make a lot of intuitive sense to me.
Shout out to Average Debate Enjoyer. Welcome to the party. It said coward points, only debates, low-hanging fruit. I was just thinking, because I'm not super familiar with Wally, so I was thinking, exactly this kind of thing, that every time I see counterpoints talking to somebody, it's not like no shade to Wally, but I don't know who Wally is. If he was talking to me, I wouldn't expect most people to know who I am. But I never see him up there. But I was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. But hey, some people are bottom feeders. What are you gonna do? That's the left. They never strive to be better.
Now,
Why are we starting here?
But considering the costs of it providing
Lifehouse the band, like no. That song was on my 5th grade graduation CD, and I ran that shit into the ground.
that service related to all the civil rights grievances, wouldn't all of that money be, aside from the student loan money, which is a separate issue, but everything else, the remainder of the budget, wouldn't it be more effective for those poorer communities if we were going to spend this money on education anyway, no matter what, this $110 billion? Would it not be more effective if those school districts were just getting a check per child saying under this budget, like here's 10 grand per kid?
Yeah, of course it would be more effective, but effective is
Okay, there we go. Game over. Good job.
not the only metric through which we evaluate things. So I used to work in the charter school industry, and I'm lucky that I worked for a good charter school. Actually, my mom worked for a charter as well. And here's the thing, is there's good charter schools, okay? And charter schools can actually be an innovative way to break up stagnant public educational districts.
Very fair. Very fair. Jail said you'd be watching Daily Wire's Real History of Civil Rights. Yes, I saw. Well, I didn't see the trailer, but I saw that there was a trailer. So I'm going to be checking that out. Hopefully, it's something legit. The Daily Wire needs a hit, and I need content. But yeah, so hopefully that's gonna be something right in our wheelhouse. But so here is Coward Points, as Tyler says, talking about charter schools, which is going to be our first side quest. Oh my God.
Way to break up stagnant public educational districts. In good charter schools, what they do is they get the best teachers, they get the best curricula, they create a good culture, they provide weird services that public schools don't provide. And because they do get that dollar
weird, like, I don't know, kitty litter in the bathroom
per child, and they also do have interested people who care about education involved in the charter program, they typically excel in educating their population, and they provide the innovation that I think stagnant public education needs. However, there's also bad charter schools. And so, yes, it would be more effective to hand people, like let's say each kid gets $8,000 per year. It's more effective to give them $8,000, but there's a lot of fly-by-night shitty companies that effectively show up, rent a building, set up, give the minimum amount of education with a maximum amount of marketing for the least amount of money. And then they violate a whole bunch of standards, and then they walk away enriching themselves off of the teat of the taxpayer. So
sounds like we need more capitalism, not more federal government. Lomel said, what metric should we use to evaluate success? The fact that America spends the most money per student with the worst results for that? Is that a good metric? I don't think so. HR said, I didn't know proper English grammar until I took Spanish. Oof. Well, you are not alone. You are not alone. No, let's move that one here. You are not alone. So we're talking about charter schools. You may have seen parts 1 and 2 of this video of Can You Read? On the thumbnail, we have part 2, I think, was or no, that was part 1. And most of you are saying you have not seen these, so we can go back and watch parts 1 and 2 if we need. But I played those parts on the last stream, whatever we were talking about, and people were a little bit skeptical to be like, oh, is this staged? Is this fake? How many people are actually doing this? So on and so forth. And we didn't get any further because the school, this is documented, the school was going to expel the kid making the video. And so the videos are just a sentence. He has a sentence on an index card, gives it to a student, and says, "Can you read this?" Then, if the kid can read it, then they ask what it means, and they don't fucking know. They were going to expel him for that. But I guess they didn't. So here's more.
The behemoth.
So this one says, the behemoth eviscerated its victims in the depths of the labyrinth.
Eviscerated its victims in the depths of its labyrinth. What does that mean?
Okay.
I mean, like, so
So again, we have a student that knows how to read the words, but has not encoded anything that just came out of their mouth, and is very embarrassed that they don't know that. Yeah, shout out to Schoolhouse Rock. Shout out to Hooked on Phonics. When we have that, kids were reading. And again, the problem here is because, I mean, it's multifaceted. We'll talk about all of these different things, but this specifically has to do with the move away from phonics and sight reading. And if you don't know a word, just completely skip it. Don't look it up. Just use the rest of the sentence and pictures and stuff. And so these kids can get to a point where they can say the words. They understand how to put the letters together. But that takes so much of their brain that they can't actually think about what they're saying.
The labyrinth is like a maze, right?
Okay.
It's talking about some sort of subject, like obliterating its victims, basically, inside the maze.
All right, that's the best one that we've seen. That's the best one that we've seen. Same card. He don't even know. He don't even know. He said you can talk.
Stop dicking. You can read it. Yo, you want to read this?
What does it say? The Vimov? Am I pronouncing it wrong? I don't know. It's victims in the depths of the labyrinth. See,
Oh!
The Muslim one. The Muslim one's got it, right? The Muslim one's got it.
Eviscerated its victims in the depths of the labyrinth.
Okay, I was kind of kidding, but she hit it. There you go. Does she understand it though?
What does what mean?
The card.
It's giving the monster.
Okay, that is another thing about what does what mean. Like, what do you mean? I just gave you a sentence to read. It's we talk about first order thinking so often, but this is I am flabbergasted. I am out of words to articulate how crazy it is that somebody who is arguably the smartest person we've seen in any of these videos be given a card and read. What does what mean? What do you mean? What does what mean? You just read the thing.
It's giving the monster destroyed the people, well, the victims in the labyrinth, in the maze.
Okay, so again, that's the best we got. She's the winner so far, and still, she couldn't put together what does that mean in reference to the card. Shout out to Dick Johnson. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Let's see how the rest of these kids do. Again, the sentence: the behemoth eviscerated its victims in the depths of the labyrinth.
The behemoth eviscerated its victims in the depths of the labyrinth.
What does that mean?
So there was like a big monster, and it destroyed its victims in kind of the middle of a maze.
If you are okay, damn. So these kids are getting it. So we got to go back now. Now we got to go back and watch parts 1 and 2 because them's was bad.
Read the end score for me.
She were a.
Read the end score for me.
She.
All right. You thought that was bad? This is worse. She wore a silhouette of clothes that were extraordinary but somewhat gauche.
Were a suit clothes that were. Who's this for?
Who's this for? Who's this for? There must be a reason that this is happening because I can't fucking read. Shout out to Delay and Sue. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party.
Extraordinary, but somewhat Gertrude?
Now explain what that means.
I don't know.
She wore a sahalat of clothes that were extraordinary, whatever, bro, but somewhat gooch. What does that mean? She wore a lot. Wait, she wore. Bro, I don't know, bro. Can you take the card back, please?
Can you take the card back? I don't even want to look at it. I don't even want to look at it because I'm so embarrassed that my teachers and parents have failed me.
Oh, baby. She wear a silhouette of clothes that were. Bitch, I don't know that word. I don't even know how to read. I don't know why.
Clearly.
Wore a silhouette.
And again, I want to highlight that this is not about making fun of the kids. If it was one dumb kid, then hey, let's laugh at them and throw tomatoes and all that stuff. But this is clearly a systemic problem. The system itself is creating. This is a high school, and just like Connor was just saying, there's good charter schools and there's bad charter schools. But the fact that this can be is sad. We have this, but I got more to show.
Of clues that were extraordinary, but somewhat.
There you go. There you go.
All right, now what does that mean? I have no idea. Like his clues was nice or something like. She were.
So fine. If you don't know the word gauche in high school, not the end of the world. Not the end of the world.
Hey, I don't know what this should say. I don't know what this should say. I don't know what this should say. I can't read it. Can't read it. Can't read it. Can't take back. Read it.
No. Oh my God, there's 7 of them now? Jesus Christ. So then, before we go to any of those, this is a teacher who is reacting to this stuff. So when everybody's like, are you sure this isn't a skit or this or that or that or that? You tell me what you think. So this is the exact video that we just watched, the first one. And she wore a silhouette, and this is what
bottomless critique for this little trend video right here, and everybody's reactions to the kids can't read viral thing that's been going around TikTok lately. I have my own takes about it, but my take for now is to just sort of dog on the most common takes and responses I've seen.
Then said, where is this taking place? It's at a I don't know exactly, but it's at a charter school somewhere. But the broader point is it doesn't really matter where that specific school is because it's not about that school. It's about the school system.
Because there are people who are close to my age, right in their 30s, and they are boomer posting about this. I cropped out the kids' faces, and
gauche is just like not trite, but like showy, right? Isn't that what that means? Gauche. We just fucking did this too. That's what I'm saying. Like, gauche is not exactly the no, I don't want the pronunciation. Something or someone or something lacking social grace, sensitivity, or sophistication. So yeah, like you're wearing. It's a little like you're not reading the room type deal. That's how and because they were talking about clothes, that's what I'm thinking as well. So yeah, like that's not the end of the world if a high school kid doesn't know the specific nuances of gauche. But again, it's about a large issue, not to be confused with gaucho pants, which were terribly sexy 3 decades ago. I'll give you that. I was in diapers. Well, maybe not, but weird way to say Gucci. Gookie. All right, so let me back this up a little bit.
I cropped out the kids' faces, and a lot of y'all are not. A lot of adults are not. A lot of educators are not. They're content to put these kids up to be put on blast.
And I mean, yeah, I'm not going to take the time to blur out these videos. I mean, I think it's pretty common that people are saying, oh, it's not the kids' issue. I feel like I've gone out of the way to say I'm not making fun of the kids. I'm making fun of the system. But, no, that's gooch.
When the kids are not at fault. My deepest critique, though, has to do with the way we are placing blame in regards to the kids not knowing how to read. Where I've seen some that are blaming the teachers, some who get on that moral high horse and blame the kids with these kids these days, and very few willing to blame the actual cause of the problem, which is the incentive structures that schools are operating under. Schools take data, and they hand that data up to the county, to the district, to the state, to the Fed. And
what the Fed? Where the Fed? I feel like we were talking about something with the federal government and education and a department or something.
Those schools are instructed to collect what they are financially incentivized to collect, means that those schools have an invested interest in minimizing the amount of kids who get held back from year to year.
No child left behind. No child left behind. And so we were saying the other day that, like, yes, this is definitely a parent issue where parents should be more on top of what their kids are learning in school. We saw during COVID that, parents weren't really doing that. And there was a lot of outrage because of what had been already in the curriculum, so that the parents didn't know it. But think about it in a different context, that we had that And then also, a lot of parents don't know that their kids can't read. And I was saying that, yes, of course, again, that is a parent issue. But if you have a student that's getting good grades, passing along in school, not getting any calls from the teacher or anything, why would you think that they can't fucking read? And the teachers don't want you to know. They don't want you to know.
And minimizing the amount of disciplinary infractions that they put on their record. Because what districts want to see, and what the state wants to see, and what the Fed wants to see are schools performing effectively and showing improvement in behavior and academics year over year. But what that encourages is it encourages a falsification of data where you might have written a kid up for, say, disrupting in class, but now you don't. You get on to the teacher that writes the kid up and you question their classroom management skills for why the kid was disrupting in the first place. You might hold a kid back who got a 58 on their report card, but then an administrator would go in and just nudge that bad boy up to a 60 so that the kid can pass. I've compiled a list.
Yep. And yeah, I mean, not like Canada's great, but yeah, I mean, it's not just Biden, it's not just this, it's not just that, it's a whole host of issues. So I'll say we have part 4, but we'll save that one. And again, more outside of look at these kids at this particular school doing this particular thing. It's a much broader issue than that. It's not just the one thing.
Watch this.
I ultimately decided to leave because I realized I needed an easier job.
No matter what I try to do, it won't go through their heads.
I called a parent today and I said, just to let you know, your child has an F in my class because they come in and they don't do anything. And then they start screaming. She hung up.
Buddy, why'd you struggle on this quiz? What was hard about it? What was difficult? And they look me dead in my eyes and they say, I'll be honest, I didn't read the passage.
What more? What I understand that we need the last stream was specifically about teachers like Warren Smith who got kicked out for being good teachers. We specifically said there are teachers out there that are trying, that genuinely want to educate kids. This is what's happening to them. This is what's happening to them.
What do you mean you didn't read the passage?
School districts are trying to run like companies with the numbers, and it's not the science of education.
Today I walked out of my job. I did.
I have 2 hours left of my school day and I'm leaving because I'm so stressed out. The students' behavior, their lack of trying, their apathy for school, parents that don't give a shit.
I was getting so many questions after I just explained my directions.
They got your yellow notebook.
Right? What did I say before? With the Muslim girl, I was so happy. I was like, oh, girl, you got it. You read it. And you were able to tell us what it means. But she had that one moment where she reads the sentence. And the guy's like, what does that mean? She's, what does what mean? The sentence you just spoke. Hey, shout out to Bugs. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. And I think you're both. And I'm super literate because I can read what that says. Welcome to the party. Lowell said Trump has convened his war cabinet and top national security advisors following the collapse of diplomatic talks with Iran. Adios, jihadist Muslim regime in Iran, and hopefully not any Americans that are going to be involved in that, but that is also very unlikely. No new wars, right?
Turn to page 14, and the kids just there.
They're crying because they're getting blamed for literally any and everything that children are doing.
I spend 90% of my day managing kids' emotions, helping to regulate them, managing outbursts and behaviors and tantrums.
I spend so much time managing behavior that sometimes I feel like I'm failing as an educator. I feel like I'm not doing the job that I was hired to do.
A few months ago, I did a couple videos showing how so many teachers are now quitting the profession because of the moral decline here in the United States, the issues with technology in the classroom, and other problems that they are dealing with in their administration. There are continuously more videos coming out about teachers saying, I don't want to do this anymore. Things are not the same. And they are sharing their reasons why. And I want to show what teachers are actually saying this year.
Shout out to Gremlin TV. Welcome. Said, I'm honestly not surprised that the American school system has gotten this bad at teaching students. I ran into this problem when I was in school with my peers, as I had to dumb down a lot of things for them. So what, if you have to give us your exact age, but when generally were you in high school? Because I'm 36. So I graduated in 08, and I don't really feel like I saw that much of that kind of problem. We definitely had the dumb kids, but it didn't feel, I mean, obviously our teachers weren't talking to us about it, but this didn't seem like a common thing for teachers to feel, you know? Yeah, I honestly, bro, I really just don't care about Iran right now. I'm just, yeah, I mean, fair. Like, I mean, I don't hate him for it. I don't think we needed to go down this road, but like, it's all anyone else is talking about. Let's talk about something a little closer to home. Oh, children, don't you? Shout out to Jason. Welcome to the party. Oil's under 100 barrel. That's good. I just paid $4.99 a gallon today. Not very happy. Oh, wow. Graduated in 2016. We got a young buck. So, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I was talking about how I don't exactly remember the context, but I was talking to somebody who was a college professor, and they were talking about how it seemed like something crazy in 2013 just happened. I was class of 2012, so I'm good in college. And so it seems like right after my bunch of millennials, like, again, I was in high school from 05 to 08, that and older, it seems like the type of expectations that we had when we were kids were more or less the same, like on a decline for sure. But if your kid's getting A's, your kid's passing tests, your kid is passing grades, all that stuff, then you shouldn't have anything to worry about. We got some old motherfuckers in the building. Shout out to the Gen Xers. Shout out to the Gen Xers. See, that's the joke that I tried to pull all over your eyes, guys. It must be working. So, and I mean, and it goes on. It goes on and on and on.
This is what we're doing to teachers.
So what did it say? I'm not sure I can do this next year with them doing away with discipline. I have 2 classes that are just worthless. They do nothing and simply do whatever they want when they come in. I haven't taught my 7th period in 3 weeks. My stress level goes too high, and my heart starts to race. So then I have to sit back and wait for it to go back to normal. They flipped it. Like, there might be a teacher that that, like, oh, we can finagle what we're doing in this class, right? We can. Yeah, this teacher's a little whatever, but in general, you knew. The teachers would once they, you get a certain, you're on your phone, you're not listening, you're not whatever, and they're gonna be like, shut the fuck up, go to the principal's office, you got detention, all that shit. Nope. Powerless. And so on top of the fact that the teachers who actually want to help are being pushed out, whether by the administration themselves or through bullshit like this, and we have only the shitty teachers left, what do you expect?
It is way worse than most people realize. And I already know what you're going to say in the comments. This teacher's this and this teacher's that. I've been a principal for 14 years. I know this teacher very well. She's a friend of mine. I've seen her teach. I've seen her work with kids. I've seen her do amazing things. I've also seen the struggle that she and every other teacher that I know is going through. We don't trust them anymore. And now I know what you're going to say.
Was said, nobody asked you. You went into teaching because you believed kids needed someone in their corner. You learned your kids. You figured out who needed the quiet desk by the window, who needed to be called on first, who needed 5 minutes in the hallway before they could hear anything at all. Then the platforms arrived. Then the benchmark tests. 3 times a year, then 6, then more. Then the scripts. I don't even know what the fuck. I don't even know what these things mean. Then the scripts, then the data meetings where someone showed you a graph about your kids that you already knew wasn't the whole story, and you sat there and nodded because what else were you going to do? The programs that replaced your judgment cost your your district hundreds of thousands of dollars. Nobody asked if they worked. Nobody compared scores before and after. They renewed the contracts anyway, quietly on the consent agenda while you were lesson planning. The budget your union is fighting over was already partially spent before anyone sat down at the table. It went to platforms, consultants, intervention programs that diagnose problems and sold the solutions. I spent 22 years in Illinois public education, 8 as a teacher, 14 administration, 4 as a building principal. And I know exactly what you've been watching happen. And I know, and I can't read the rest of that. But I mean, it's getting bad. It's getting bad. All right, that's the point. It's getting bad. It is getting bad. Are you 47? There you go. There you go. Right in the sweet spot before you hit 50, right?
Well, we can't trust every teacher. That's true of any profession. But here's what I'm going to fight back on. The solution to having a few bad teachers can't be to not trust all the teachers. Most of the good teachers I know.
They've been lying to you about your kids' test scores. So this goes again back to what I was saying about if your kid's getting A's in school and so on and so forth. I don't think I'm going to be able to read this. Math is rigged from the start. Something are steering your kid away from a specific kind of life. They robbed the trades to do it. Essentially, they've turned school into exactly what we didn't want it to be. And unfortunately, exactly what it was supposed to be from the beginning. Shout out to Matthew. Welcome to the party.
Have either already quit or are thinking about it.
Here's another reason why teachers are quitting right now. There are no consequences for students. In the state that I teach in, we can't even legally give somebody a detention anymore.
The whole state can't do detention anymore. And yeah, well, we all had good teachers, at least a few. We had bad teachers, we had good teachers, but even in that context, when we were in school, like the good teachers would be on here and the bad teachers would be over here. But now the good teachers are all the way over here because they have to do so much. When I was in school, the good teachers were the ones who were like, as long as you're chilling, like, we'll get through the plan. Maybe we'll watch some movies and whatever. They were still teaching, but they didn't want to teach any more than we wanted to learn. But they found a way to keep us engaged. And so that now, to be a good teacher, you're going to be all the way over here. And then the bad teachers are going to be all the way over here in either antagonizing students, teaching dogmatic bullshit, or, ironically, not doing anything at all. And we wonder why it's like this. They've been telling us for years. Shout out to King Nirvana. Welcome to the party. I mean, we never had that for school, but for me. But yeah, I remember my age group though. If you went to a Catholic school, they would definitely smack you. No detention is indeed wild work.
I mean, I've had students in the past that have used the N-word, have drawn swastikas and done like little Nazi salutes in class and stuff like that. And they don't do anything about that. It seems like the only thing that kids have any consequence for these days is if they do drugs at school, or they come to school under the influence of drugs or alcohol, or if they get in a fight. This is why teachers are quitting, because you can't punish them anymore. Like legally, it's against the law. You can't give them detention.
That's crazy. Hold on. He just said something that made me think of something.
Or if they get in a fight, or they come to school under the influence of drugs or alcohol.
What did you just? The Nazi stuff. So the other aspect of this is apathy. But I want you guys to understand this. Have you put one in the chat if you have not seen the Charlie Kirk prom videos? You'll either know it or you don't know it. If you put one, if you have not seen the Charlie Kirk prom videos. And we got equality and deference over on Rumble. Welcome to the party. Say like and share. Thank you so very, very much. You guys know that is so easy and free and helps out the channel so very much. It does not even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link. Just by you telling the platform you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. Thank you. So Dick's the only one. I can pull it up if we. Yeah, fuck it. I'll just pull it up. I don't.
Of the most ridiculous thing.
Charlie Kirk prom caps.
Teenage girls and boys doing their prom outfit transitions to the audio of Charlie Kirk being teenage girls and boys doing their prom outfit transitions to the audio of Charlie Kirk being killed.
Counting or not counting gang violence? Great. Counting or not counting gang violence? Great. Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
And the comments are worse. This young woman posted the video and somebody responded by saying, "I'm dying like Charlie Kirk." And she liked the comment and replied by saying, "Ha ha 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 ha."
So that is a level of the apathy that this teacher is talking about, where they'll do that stuff because of the fact that they can't get in trouble. But I don't want you guys, specifically with that prom trend, don't take the bait. These kids are not making some type of fucking political statement about how fun it is that Charlie Kirk died. These are dumb teenagers who are just doing a thing, and the pop and that does unfortunately work well for what they are doing. So the fact that it works like in a production way, the fact that is edgy, and the fact that it's a trend is why these kids are doing it. So trust me. The best thing you can do with that trend is let it fucking go. That is not a hill worth dying on. It's awful, but it's not a political thing. It has to do with politics, but it's just an edgy teenager thing. And I'm sure you guys have said some worse shit and done worse shit in like your Call of Duty, what do they call them? Lobbies? Whatever that shit is. R.I.P. Charlie. We will always respect him. But that's the what did he just say here? Why does that fit exactly what I just said?
For students in the state that I teach in, we can't even legally give somebody a detention anymore. I mean, I've had students in the past that have used the N-word, have drawn swastikas and done like little Nazi salutes in class.
Because nothing else gets that attention. We are in the attention economy. Look at what kids are doing for attention. And so they're not getting the proper attention. So they have to get negative attention. Shout out to David Gill over on Rumble. Welcome to the party. Yeah. It's gross. But again, just that's one that you gotta let go. Oh, shout out to Equality and Deference because vagina with the Rumble rant. Thank you so very, very much. Oh, doubled up. I don't know if you meant to do that, but it's mine now. Thank you so very, very much. Quality said, that's all right. Y'all get your next one for free. Quality said, ignoring attention whores is the best way to punish them. Bingo. And even, it's not even a attention whore thing. It's just a thing. To these kids, they're 18 now. They don't really give a fuck who Charlie Kirk was. They didn't care about Point being, they are doing these things because there is nothing left. There is nothing left. The basic bullying and class clowning that used to get kids in trouble who were looking for that negative attention because, they didn't get it at home or whatever the fuck you want to say. There's nothing that meets that bar anymore. Yeah, exactly. Modern day anarchy symbol. Exactly. I put anarchy shit all over my shit. I don't know what the fuck that meant. I just knew that people didn't like it. Jay said, I remember getting detention for walking the hallway without a pass. I got detention for like 5 days. It taught me a rough lesson. I'd be furious if my child acted that way. I wouldn't hit them, never, but they'd be getting quite the lecture and discipline. It's ridiculous. Indeed. Yeah, we've all gotten in trouble for like basic shit, right? That's not school anymore.
And stuff like that, and they don't do anything about that. It seems like the only thing that kids have any consequence for these days is if they do drugs at school, or they come to school under the influence of drugs or alcohol, or if they get in a fight. this is why teachers are quitting, because like you can't punish them anymore. Like legally, it's against the law. You can't give them detention. This is what we're dealing with.
I just resigned mid-year.
Shout out again to oh my god, and shout out again to our sponsor, Equality. Where's my applause? There we go. Equality and Deference, because vagina, aka Batman. Thank you so very, very much. Claudia said, you get rid of masculinity in school, you get rid of discipline and responsibility. It's all connected. Yep, indeed. I said I was in high school during Columbine. Said some fucked up stuff about it. So glad the internet wasn't as prominent back then. That's all that is. So I'm not saying that you shouldn't have an emotional reaction to it. I'm saying you should not express that emotional reaction because they're just going, oh, it's just a joke, unk. Don't, just let it go.
As a second-year teacher, the amount of harassment and bullying and the lack of administration support is disturbing. When you have a room full of students who watch your every move as a teacher and seem to have more authority than the adults because mom and dad work in the same district. This has been by far the most unprofessional work environment I've ever worked in. What I thought was supposed to be professional work environment turned into a hostile workplace where I was called abrasive for expecting the students to learn, allowing childish for not knowing an answer when approached by administration, accusing me of something that I did not do, and prideful when administration thought standing up for myself was the incorrect thing to do when students went home telling things about me that were not true. And you know, that's the scary part. That is the scary part. When a student says things about you that is not true and can ruin a teacher.
And of course, they don't care. Just in the same way with the Charlie Kirk thing. It's just a game. It's just a trend. It's just whatever. Oh, let's see if we can get one of our teachers fired. Ha 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 ha.
What do you guys think?
A first grade little girl just slapped my third grade student. And when the line supervisors were disciplining her, she said, don't worry, my mom must come up here and take care of it. No wonder why teachers are quitting.
Hi, my name is Melissa, and this is my last day of being a teacher. I've been teaching for 17 years. I've taught 8 years in Missouri, 6 years in Arkansas, and the last 3 years here in California. And
for where my class was, the modules just, it just didn't work.
Well, we got a bunch of stuff there, but yeah. What else have we got here? Should we do these? All right, so let's dive back into the debate a little bit. And so again, here they're talking about should we abolish the Department of Education? With Wicked Wally on the affirmative saying, yes, we should get rid of it. Everything that the Department of Education does can be done either by the state or other federal, federal departments, and that most things that have to do with school are local anyway. And the main thing of the Department of Education was for segregation. And Counterpoints is saying, nuh-uh. I'm going to back this up a little bit.
Give the minimum amount of education.
Oh, yeah. So he was saying there's good charter schools and there's bad charter schools. And essentially, you could set up a charter school to give people money to just go wherever they want. But then it becomes more of a capitalistic thing where some are going to be good and some are going to be bad. And depending on distance, he's saying that might not be a good thing.
With a maximum amount of marketing for the least amount of money. And then they violate a whole bunch of standards, and then they walk away, enriching themselves off of the teat of the taxpayer.
Well, it's rage on behalf of the machine now.
So yes, efficiency, you could dramatically increase it by just cutting straight checks. That doesn't mean that like waste, fraud, and grift won't go up.
No, it's certainly possible because, you know, charter schools have been are a relatively new concept, if I'm not mistaken, and they are by nature a very that like people like philanthropists like them because they're a very experimental territory and they can come in and try out different ideas and different teaching models that can
like let's try to completely upend how we teach kids math and reading like that.
Be really good, that could be really bad. It's just the nature of that system, but it also that does also speak somewhat to the fact that a lot of the advantages that charter schools have is more so for the fact that they don't have the constraints of things like the teachers union on them. Yeah, the teachers union has made, and even people like Bill Gates have acknowledged this in like years past, talking about charter schools have said like, look, teachers unions make the system very, very difficult to reform, just like the post office. It's hard to reform the post office because the postal union's has a lot of pull.
Yeah, but then this kind of comes into
So that brings in the fact that even though an individual teacher doesn't have a lot of power to do anything, they're all tapped into the teachers union, which has a lot of power and doesn't care about children or education or youth or culture or any of these things that need to be directly addressed when kids are spending the majority of their childhood in these systems. David said, counterpoint, that is exactly what public schools do. Enrich themselves while doing the bare minimum and not meeting standards. Yep. Matthew said, we send our boys to a charter school because the classes are smaller and each kid gets real attention. Yeah, and I think of it as like a capitalistic aspect. That if like Wally said, if they're going to be more experimental, fair enough. But if you're doing worse, then, we're going to get the fuck out of there and go to a more traditional school. But again, geography doesn't always work out that way for everyone. Like urban centers, that's a lot easier to be like, oh, you just go to the school 2 blocks down. But like if you're in rural fucking Wyoming, what you got is what you got. That's why you should all homeschool your kids.
Conflict with a previous statement that you made, though, which I'll just point out real quick, is that you do like increased standards of living. You do like the working class of America to have a decent standard of living, and you think they're currently being burdened with a whole bunch of unnecessary expenses and debt, and that their cost of living is not increasing. Well, the number one way that most working class people negotiate their salaries and benefits to be reasonable is through unions. And yes, stagnation comes through unions. Yes, unions often get bloated with like administrators and people who actually just sip coffee and go to meetings all day and don't do dick while collecting a 6-figure salary. That absolutely happens. But the thing about it is, I don't think that necessarily means that.
Thank you for the likes, guys. Very much appreciated. I know it's easy, but when you guys do it for me, I appreciate it.
Having a union that is negotiating living wages and decent conditions for teachers means that like privatizing all of this is somehow going to like increase the standard of living for the average teacher. I don't think there's like any indicative evidence. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure one of the stats that's cited is that like union workers on average make more than like 20%. They make 20% more than their private industry peers.
I mean, that's what lobbying the government will do.
From an efficiency standpoint,
but unions and that kind of corruption is a different, and all those issues are separate from. I'm talking specifically here how you have within the public school systems. You have these state teachers unions who, operating within that bureaucracy, make it very difficult for people to try to get reforms through that could be effective because they're bringing their own interests. The unions are bringing their own interests to the table. You would agree with that, would you not?
Yeah, of course. But then all you've said is that teachers have collectivized for benefits.
I just put up a poll, guys. There's endless content about this stuff that we could go through over, especially on TikTok. But I've got a lot of stuff saved. I do think this is an interesting debate, but to be honest with you, this is just the framing that I'm using to get there. So up to you guys. Let me know what you want to do. I mean, we're still gonna be watching a bunch of other videos, but if you don't care about this, then we can watch a lot more other videos.
That is that teachers have collectivized for benefits, salary, and administrative considerations. They're a pain in the ass when it comes to actually trying to do something new with the education system.
There you go. Heimdall said I'm roll, and one of my kids and 2 grandkids went to a charter school. Best decision ever made. You can see the difference in the other kids in the family. Education matters. Education matters. And the way that message has been muddied by how bad the school system and specifically universities are, it gets kind of mixed up because nobody's saying that we don't want kids to be educated, very obviously. But that's kind of what it sounds like to the uninitiated if you're saying abolish the Department of Education.
When you're trying to actually reform a government bureaucratic system like the public school system, yeah, unions are a major obstacle to reforms within that system.
Okay, so I went to public education. I also went to private education. I understand the value of both. As far as I understand it, which this is actually kind of like a modern miracle, what we do with our children is they hit 4 or 5, maybe you get them into pre-K, whatever. Then they go.
Yeah, and so Jay's saying some of these ghetto southern schools are just toxic, fights, drug, lack of discipline. They're a 1 foot and OF or in prison. And yeah, that's precisely why the charter program is there. But the charter program can't hold everyone. And so, I mean, I don't know specifically the ins and outs about how that works, but this is when that's the only good option, then it shows a problem with the main option. If the public school is the default, it shouldn't be so bad that you need to go away from the default. Let's make what's good the default. Shout out to Provo Fresh. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Said, I don't think kids actually need to be educated beyond reading, writing, and basic arithmetic. Schooling at any level is social engineering. So I don't know if I fully agree. I definitely think that there is, if the system was set up to give you those basic things, and then the school was more geared towards sending you on a path that worked for you versus engineering the kids to do what works for them, then I would disagree even more. But the fact that it's so bad, I mean, if your kid does know how to read, if your kid does know how to do math, which they may not if they go to public school, then I think you're ahead if you are not dictating, but, you know, a little bit more in charge of what is being put in front of them. And like, being educated doesn't have to mean reading a textbook. Like, working on a car is being educated on how to work on cars. Cooking is being educated on how to cook things, so on and so forth. You know, everybody talks about how they got rid of home ec. That's education, baby. So I think there's a lot of bullshit that is taught that just doesn't need to be taught. Whoever said public school is bad on purpose. If it worked as intended, they wouldn't be able to continually ask for more funding. Bingo. So maybe we should get rid of the Department of Education. Can I get one more vote to make sure we are strong on that poll, guys?
4 or 5, maybe you get them into pre-K, whatever.
Bingo.
Then they go to school until they're 18, which effectively gets them out of the house for 6-7 hours a day.
And so notice how lefty counterpoint said gets them out of the house. Well, maybe some parents want their kids in the home and don't want to spend the majority of the day away from their children and would bring their child out on their own schedule.
Which allows the parents to work. So typically both parents can be economically productive because...
Oh, wow. That's what we want. David said, just look this up. From 1950 to 2015, the number of non-teaching staff grew 709%, far outpacing the 243% increase in teachers and 100% increase in the students. Incentives. Non-teaching staff grew 709%. Almost 250% increase in teachers themselves and a 100% increase in students. Here, I'm going to copy paste that. That is wild. I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing? Is that going to show? Okay. Well, it's all together, but crazy. But we need the we need the Department of Education because poor black people.
What? The kids are gone for an extended period of time, particularly if you have an extracurricular. So you're enhancing the economic productivity of the adults. They're getting an education. They're socializing. They're being prepared to show up on time, relatively sober, doing work they don't want to do, and then turning that work in and being evaluated on the work they don't want to do.
Which absolutely cannot happen in any context anywhere on the world except for a public or charter school. It's not like corporate education, Dick. It is corporate education. It is explicitly that. That's always what it meant to be. What it was always meant to be.
And that is effectively how we prepare our youth to participate in the American economy. So if that's what we're doing, which I think that's an accurate description from my experience with the school system, What's the problem? Like, there's plenty of dumb people, but dumb people are also economically productive. So what is your beef with the current public education system?
Everything.
My beef with the current public education.
Yeah, Dana's like, did he say relatively sober? I skipped right over that, and I did hear that when I was watching before. I was just like, is that what? To be fair, though, I've shown up to work in different places intoxicated, relatively sober many times, so he ain't wrong.
System is probably, like I said.
So I didn't so here, let me see if there is Stokes State Forest in 5th grade. So 6th grade, the way that my school like it was K through 5, 6 through 8, and then 9 through 12. And so our for 5th grade, we had this big camping trip in Stokes, New Jersey, Stokes National Forest, and it's fucking pretty. It's fucking pretty. They don't call us the Garden State for nothing, baby. They don't call us the Garden State for nothing. Yup. Oh man. Oh man. Yeah, and go to Rutgers, ask anyone at Rutgers about Stokes, and they'd be like, yo, good times. Good times. That was like, yeah, I don't know, I'm just memory lane. Memory lane. All right, let's dive back in.
What beef with the current public education system is probably, like I said, this is a little bit of an odd back and forth because it's some of the issues have nothing to do with the Department of Education itself.
We can frame it within the DOE conversation, but I'm trying to ask you, like, what are your problems with the education system, and why is abolishing the DOE going to make those things better?
Abolishing the DOE, if anything, it just would number one, it gets rid of something that
I wasn't alive. Actually, wait. Yeah, I don't think so, right? It can't. When in '89, I want to say that was like a March or May. I'm purposely not looking it up because I know you guys know. But yeah, I was born November '89. John Stossel calls it the blob. Calls what the blob? Just the overabundance of non-teaching administrators.
If anything, it just would number one, it gets rid of something that we've already shown. You can just have other relevant departments have a hand in some of it, and you don't have to pay for an additional bureaucratic mechanism that you don't otherwise need. As far as what it does with education that I would want to change, the biggest thing I would want to change is that I think there does need to be a severe overhaul to the student loan system, because as I've pointed out, and as I believe you clearly agreed, it does inflate the cost of education. The fact that these loans are always there, and we just issue more loans no matter how much the colleges raise their costs, and they raise them as high as they want because we've conditioned them to accept that they can.
Mm-hmm.
The cost of college will always be an issue because it'll keep rising more and more exponentially.
And so let's stop here and think about everything that we've said just so far. That we have kids that can't read. We have teachers that are burnt the fuck out. We have colleges that are just raising the price, and the government is pushing out the loans for that. You put that's not all of the pieces, but you just put those pieces together. It's not going to work out well. It's not going to work out well. And that's just the first 5 things that I'm talking about.
Okay, I don't mind if we move into the student loan program or student loan problems, but I do want to say that I reject something that you said. Okay, so we've shown that other relevant departments can take over these things. I don't think we've shown that. I think that Donald Trump has said that. I think the Trump administration has said that. But just as an example, one of my frustrations with
so that's John Stossel's the massive education apparatus, all non-teachers, union thugs, and ass baggery, the blob. Makes sense.
This mentality of let's hack everything and not give a shit because it doesn't affect us is PEPFAR and...
Well, no. The idea is either if it doesn't affect us, if it doesn't affect us as a country, let's not spend money on it. But also, if we can do it better, then let's do it better and spend less money to get the same things.
Thing and not give a shit because it doesn't affect us is PEPFAR and USAID. Okay, I'll try to be as brief as I can. PEPFAR and USAID were
so great
programs.
I miss them dearly.
PEPFAR has been running for 20 years. It was bipartisan. It was passed by George Bush, I think, in 2003. It provides retroviral medication for HIV, and effectively, it's credited with saving around 25 million lives over the past 20 or 30 years.
Oh, that's a lot of American lives.
That program has been cut to the point that it's effectively no longer in operation.
It's in Africa.
There's a couple of countries that have picked up the slack, and as a result, they're operating.
Oh, so you mean exactly what Wally just said? That we don't need this thing because other places can take care of it? Is that not exactly what he just said?
But seriously, 70 to 90% of it is just gone. And then also when it comes to USAID, I'm pretty sure it's a $30 billion cut to USAID.
Hell
and
yeah.
all the remaining functions have been transferred over to the State Department. So
okay, yeah, so it can be done.
The Trump administration has made a similar argument that we
got a whole 50, almost, we got 14 and a half minutes into the open debate before Trump came up. Trump bad.
Well, USAID was a backdoor for the CIA doing gay ops overseas, and they were overthrowing governments, and you're more isolationist than that. We don't want to be participating in that anymore. And then in reference to PEPFAR, we don't just want to give people money without a return on investment. What's the return on investment for taking care of Africans with AIDS? Okay.
Correct. When there's no one dying of any disease in America, then we can worry about the African AIDS havers. Sorry.
That's actually unironically their argument.
David said, education existed and was more effective before the DOE existed. Yes, we have shown that. And that's exactly what Wally was saying in his opening. Like, how did we learn? How did we do things before 1979? I think I wasn't there. Some of you were. And it seems like you guys turned out fine.
As a result of this slash, and them just saying that the State Department can pick up the slack, it's projected that a few 100,000 people have already died through increased death from malaria, dengue, cholera, and AIDS. And then it's projected in the next 5 years that it's going to be 3 million, and the Lancet study says as high as 14 million people killed through preventable disease. Now,
so maybe those countries should do what they can do to help their people. Because I know there's a lot of stuff here in America that our government needs to do to help our people. What's the argument? What the fuck does this have to do with the Department of Education? We cut a bunch of shit that we didn't want, that people voted to cut. And then
I'll try to wrap this in a nice little bow.
Please, because I'm waiting to get, I want to see where we connect the Department of Education to millions of potentially dead people.
Nice. There you go, Wally. That's how you do it. Calm, letting him speak. When the moment's right, what the fuck are you saying? And I'm trying to determine how the Department of Education and millions of dead people. Draw that line for me. Well done, Wally.
Well, yeah, okay. Actually, I'll jump right there. Okay?
I wasn't planning to do that.
When it comes to the DOE, physically disabled people not getting access to secondary education is not going to affect me. I'm able-bodied. People who are first-generation college students failing out of the system is not going to bother me. I'm third-generation college educated. So it's not going to affect me. What it's going to do is it's going to fuck over the poorest, least amongst us, working-class people who are already struggling. So why is eliminating, because you already said half of the DOE budget of $80 billion goes to that. Why is that?
And then, what are you saying, dude? Equality and deference again. Out sponsoring himself. Thank you. So very, very much. Of course, every donation comes with a treat for the Overlord. So I'm thinking of making a t-shirt that says, if you can read this, you probably aren't black. You think that would go well? Yes. That would sell a lot of t-shirts. I personally wouldn't buy one, but a lot of people would. Thank you. Again, out sponsoring yourself. Very, very, very much appreciated. Come on, YouTube, that's nothing. We got a goose egg. It's already Friday. We haven't even hit $100 on the weekly goal. I guess you guys didn't enjoy watching that movie, did you?
Of the DOE budget of $80 billion goes to that. Why is that a good thing?
So now that's just going to now be dispersed directly to the states, and the states are going to spend that, and that will be spent accordingly as it always has been previously.
Is that what the Trump administration is saying, or is that what you're saying?
That is what should be happening in any scenario. If
Shout out to Costco Law School. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So leering is important, kids. It is. It really, really is. It's importantly rated by the FBI. Got him. David said, it'll hurt the poor people. But yes, it will make education cheaper. And I'm gonna back this up because it seems like he is talking against the prompt. Is that what should happen? It's like, yeah, that's what we're debating.
Stupid.
Should we abolish the Department of Education? So we're talking about what should be, not necessarily what is. Yeah, no? You indeed missed movie night, but we can do one every single week. We just got to hit that goal, guys. And whoever is here when we hit the goal gets to help pick what movie we watch. Completely out of my hands. There's all that 70s, 80s, early 90s stuff that I missed just from having immigrant parents that you guys want to show me.
that is what should be happening in any scenario. If that's what we're going to be doing, is handing that money down. This is what should happen. Just be dispersed to the states and continue the flow of it accordingly if we're not getting rid of the programs altogether.
Right. So that's the argument. It is this way. It should be that way, which includes abolishing the Department of Education. That is the prompt. That is the conversation.
If we're just talking about cash flow, then there's how you adjust your cash flow.
But you're saying should versus what is, because as far as what I researched is that
what is the Department of Education and fucking all this woke DEI postmodernist Marxist bullshit. So yeah, we're talking about what should be.
The Department of Education administrative staff has already been cut in half. So half of the people who are administering these programs are already gone within the past 10 months. And then the game plan is to eliminate the rest by transitioning them to these 5 different other departments. And they haven't even articulated how they're going to continue the functions
Did you ask? Or are you just assuming that they can't do it? Did you ask? Or did you just assume that it can't be done?
The rest by transitioning them to these 5 different other departments. And they haven't even articulated how they're going to continue the functions that I think are noble.
So that means it must be wrong.
Like making sure disabled people can get access to college, making sure that first generation students don't flunk out of college.
What one? What the fuck are you talking about? That was a fucking bar. Clip that shit and post it.
And then making sure that we actually have national standards that allow us to enhance.
Well, what's happening in state as far as those programs would still be getting managed in state just by the state.
What?
I couldn't tell you exactly what department's going to do what and how, but just based on what some of the potential issues might be, I could see like, a portion of the student aid, if any of that is going towards like incoming foreign students or incoming foreign students who would need disability accommodations, what have you. Yeah, it might be more efficient and effective if that's all being bundled in with the same department handling their student visa.
When I was a libertarian, I cared a lot about effectiveness. As I've kind of become more of a statist, efficiency no longer becomes.
See, the girls in my age group, Lisa Frank, if you know, you know.
Became the god that I worshipped. The thing that I just want to emphasize in reference to, using PEPFAR and USAID as a parallel is that the Trump administration is taking a fire axe to these federal administration.
Trump bad. Is Trump in the room with us? Why are you talking about Trump? Did he bring up Trump? Okay, Trump. Let's say Trump is bad on education. What does that have to do with the existence of the department?
administration is taking a fire axe to these federal administrations. They're promising that it's all going to come out in the wash, but then typically the people who are not going to be affected, they're not going to notice, and the people who will be affected are the least amongst us. So if you want to get in...
No, actually, as we've just seen, we are all deeply, deeply affected by how our children exist in this world. Deeply. So why don't we take, in case you missed it, let's take a little trip back to Can You Read? This is part 7. I'm going to speed up a little bit. All right, what's the card on this one? If you are not familiar, this is the same charter high school that we have been going through. This guy, the student, just has an index card of a sentence with, you know, flowery words, to say the least. And these high school kids either legitimately cannot read it, and the ones that can don't know what the fuck they just said.
The ambiguous ending was...
Yeah, the ambiguous ending was the epitome of confusion. That's what the card says.
I don't fucking know how to say this shit, honestly, gang. Honestly, but I go to Southly High. What do you expect?
The ambitious ending was the epitome of the confusion.
What does that mean?
Epitome. So fine, okay. She said epitome wrong, but that's one of those words. Like if you've only ever read it and not said it. Again, I've heard adults say epitome. Well, there's a scene in How I Met Your Mother where Ted Mosby is talking about, he's an architect teacher, and he's talking about, oh, this, that. He did many different things. He was a real architectural chameleon. I've only read that word. David said, I mean, yeah, email me your phone number. That'll be easier. David said he was a libertarian. He cared about efficiency, but that isn't the God he worships anymore. What a stupid statement. Huh? What is that? What is that in reference to, David? Sorry, I missed it.
The big ending, the crazy ending was confusing.
The ambiguous ending was the epitome of confusion.
Okay, so we got another one. We got readers. As it's gone on, part 1, I think only one person actually was able to read the sentence, and none of them were able to articulate what it actually meant. Now we're up to part 7, and the kids are actually reading the sentence. But let's see if they know what the fuck they just said.
What does that mean?
And again, guys, this is not about making fun of the children. This is not about making fun of the children. These are children, potentially minors. It's not their fault that the entire school system has sucked since before I was born. So he just read the ambiguous ending was the epitome of confusion.
I don't know. Why you...
The biggest ending was the epitome of confusion.
What does that mean?
The dramatic ending.
Nope.
I guess ambiguous.
Yep, a lot of people say that one.
Dramatic. I don't know. The ambiguous.
A lot of people. I you know what? How do I do this? I was trying to think of a poll-like way to be like, do you even know what this is referring to? Do you know what this is referring to? Because honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a bunch of people here who didn't actually know what this is supposed to mean. And that would be the craziest thing. So there are these words, but it's got to be better than that. Oh my goodness! Shout out to the sugar daddy! My goodness! Funk Master General with the big 10 gifted memberships. Let's double up for that. Let's double up for the sugar daddy. Thank you. So very, very much, sir. Shout out to Lone Wolf, Patrick, Dean, Allen, Harley. Hey, I forgot about Harley. Shout out to Harley Rose, Trigger, Confluence. Confluence HR. That's Big Soda, right? Wally, Zach, and Struggling. Guys, you are all now members, aka disciples of the channel. So once the goal is up, we have just over 90 minutes before the goal ends, before we switch to the chat, just the chat, on members only. So you still will be able to watch if you're not a member, but chatting for the after party is for members only. And Funkmaster just brought another 10 people in and made himself the new sponsor of the stream. Very, very, very much appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much, sir. Let's get back to these kids that can't read.
I guess it means dramatic. I don't know. The ambiguous ending was the tone of confusion.
Oh,
what does that mean? Which I just told you. Don't ask me what it means. Like
So she already knew. She already knew. She's like, okay, I can make out that these are words, but I already know as I am reading it that I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. What if it was something that, like, because you see him recording, like he's got and he's got a mic in your face. If you don't know what it means, why the fuck are you saying it out loud into a microphone on the internet?
Stupid.
That we can put on the children. That is something that a Gen Z, Gen Alpha, you should be a little bit more aware. Don't say things that you don't know what they mean into a microphone on TikTok. What if it's something horrible?
whatever they talking about was it ended in confusion or something. I don't fucking know.
Read that underscore.
So we're gonna
He thinks it's funny. Someone responded to another video.
That one. All right, part 4, and then we'll get back to the debate. So this one, where are we?
Read the index card.
The lethargic dog refused to relinquish his spot on the sofa. You lethargic dog. Here's a freebie. All right, let's see.
Lethargic dog refused to relinquish his spot on the sofa.
What does that mean?
The energetic dog didn't want to get off the sofa. He didn't want to give up his spot.
The energetic dog didn't want to get off the sofa. That don't make no sense.
The lethargic dog refused. The lethargic dog refused to relinquish his spot on the sofa.
All right. Okay. Again, so we got somebody who was able to read the sentence. Do they know what the fuck just came out of their mouth?
Or what does that mean?
I don't know, bro.
The lethargic dog refused to relinquish his spot on the sofa.
What does that
All
mean?
right. Hey, that had a little bit of flow to it. You know what I'm saying? All right. I got faith in this dude.
It's like basically like the tired, lazy type dog refused to relinquish it. This doesn't even make sense.
He was so close. And so when Counterpoints is saying, let me just fucking get this banner up. I'm trying to do a million things at once. Boom, 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 boom. Shout out again to our sponsor of the stream, bringing us up over $100 for the weekly goal. And I haven't streamed a lot, and I don't have a lot to do this weekend, so we will very likely be streaming over the weekend, but you never know. So Friday may be the end of the weekly goal, but it will restart on Monday. Thank you so very, very much, sir. All right, what are you guys saying? Oh, look at all that love from the Funk Master. Do you have memberships turned on? Make sure you have memberships turned on. I always forget how to do. Oh yeah, you go to the channel and click where it says join, and you don't have like the same thing you would join for a membership, but hit that, and then the 3 dots will say there will be something about accepting gifts. So make sure you have accepting gifts on. That where we at? Yes, we definitely appreciate the Funk Master General and Morty the Love Bug. Shout out to Herbie Hancock. Morty's too hungry to get off the sofa. No fuel for energy. There we go. To be fair, they have the rest of their lives to learn these things in full. Wrong. I mean, okay, technically correct, but it is I don't remember the exact concept, but This is why babies can learn English, but you have adults who spend a year and a half on Duolingo and they don't know what the fuck they're saying. There's I know brachia. There's one with a D. I don't know. There's two parts of the brain that have to do with language. One has to do with encoding language, and one has to do with the ability to take your thoughts and put them out there. And those things don't develop as easily. They're not as elastic when you get older. So technically, yes, they could spend a lot of time learning this stuff, but that is lost time. Like the time where they could maximize is gone. It's gone. Shout out to Guns and Cafe. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. How have you been? Yeah. Click join. The three dots in the upper right. Make sure you have them turned on and hit the like button while you're at it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's dive right back in. I forget where we're at. Did he say it yet? Oh, let's see.
This isn't right. This doesn't add up, bro. But it's not what this not dog refused to like relinquish it. This doesn't even make sense, bro. This isn't right. This doesn't add up, bro. But it's not what this not.
Okay, why doesn't it add up, bro?
What this means?
What? He said this doesn't mean what this means. What does that mean? What do you mean it doesn't mean what it means? It by definition means what it means. Yeah. Oh yeah. Nobody else got the hyperbole? Equality is the only one who said hyperbole. Respect for honest ignorance, also fair. They are indeed talking about Mortimer von Lutsch. I like that name. He was neuroplasticity. Thank you, Equality. Yes, neuroplasticity is way higher when you're a child in all areas. But yeah, then Guns and Cafe, both of you got it before me, or not? I didn't get it at all. You guys got it. Thank you. But yeah, that's exactly what I mean. That technically you are right. They have their whole lives to study on how to read. Technically, you're correct. But they don't have their whole lives to just kind of regain all this time where they had all that neuroplasticity. Gang. All right. I'm back in.
But it's not what this means.
What does it mean?
A lethargic dog refused to relinquish his spot on the sofa. Why would the lethargic dog refuse to relinquish his spot on the sofa? Like
because he's lethargic.
Grammatically, that's wrong. The dog is tired.
Okay, why?
And all that. So why?
Yes, right.
Why would he refuse to relinquish his spot on the sofa?
What does relinquish mean?
It means to relinquish means to let go of like.
Yes, you understand it. You understand all of the parts. So how are you not getting this? And again, I'm not yelling at you. I'm yelling at the system. How do you understand? The lethargic dog refused to relinquish his spot on the sofa. You understand that lethargic means tired. You know what a dog is. You know that he is refusing, and you understand that relinquish means to give up. The tired dog doesn't want to give up his spot on the sofa. How does that not make sense? How does that not make sense? How are you all the way there? How are you all the way there and also not there? It does not make sense to me. It does not make sense to me. How is this a possibility?
Relinquish means to let go of like lay down, like chill out on type of.
Oh. He thinks so. So this is again the problem with that sight reading context only type of thing. Yeah, tell me about it. So he's reading everything else and saying, okay, I know the tired dog and relinquish a spot on the sofa means to keep his spot on the sofa in his mind. Why would the tired dog want to give up his spot on the sofa? He wouldn't. That's why. This is why this sight reading lack of phonics does not work. Kids need to be able to sound words out. Again, this is a high school student.
Like let go of like lay down, like chill out on type of.
Lethargic dog refused.
Who we got? Shout out to Takwa. Welcome to the party. Said he can brain it. It's just that unfortunately his brain is refusing to brain. Well, and that's where we go back to neuroplasticity. That a child can pick up new things much more easily than even older kids. The problem is he thinks dog equals home. How dare you? How dare you? Mischievous? Yeah. Yeah. Which one? Do you guys say mischievous or mischievous? Spell it normally if you say mischievous, and spell it out like this if you say mischievous. It should be embarrassing. And I think a lot of the laughter that we see, I do think that they are embarrassed. That's what the laughter is. Equality's heading out. Thank you so very, very much for somewhat being that sponsor of the stream. Very much appreciated. You have a fantastic night. And you could see it in real time there because he was figuring the things out. He was putting it together, using the context clues. But because of that one word, instead of being a default mode of thinking, oh, I don't know what this word is, let me look that up. It's, let me guess. That's it.
To relinquish his spot on the sofa.
What does that mean?
So
you can say a word without knowing it. Is that phonics working or not? So I would say phonics is the actual ability to read the words and turn them in, read the letters and turn them into the words. I think the syntax of a sentence is a separate thing. So I missed it. Did she read it?
The lethargic dog refused to relinquish his spot on the sofa.
What does that mean?
So lethargic is like, oh, you're drowsy, or like you can't really, you're not really there because you're so tired.
Are you taking too much time on lethargic, girl?
Relinquish, I'm pretty sure that mean like, I forgot exactly, but in this context, I'm pretty sure that means like get up or like save your spot. Like,
well, get up and save. I'll give it to you. Okay. So far we got a slow dog doesn't want to give up his spot on the sofa.
The dog was so tired, he didn't want to get up off the sofa.
Hey! This is where America is. We are cheering for a high school student to be able to understand the sentence, "The lethargic dog refused to relinquish his spot on the sofa." Come on, man.
Read the index card.
We got that one already. All right, we did that one. And then in general, again, while there are plenty of issues, I mean, yeah, in this school system, being able to read a sentence like that, yeah. Not sure whether she's better at explaining it or embodying it. She gonna make it. Guns Cafe said they can't understand it because it's not it's not unlike the unlikely not. It is unlikened to. Kind of is.
What?
Shut up! We are all lethargic dogs on stolen land. There you go. So outside of the school system itself, again, parents, teachers, administrators, all that stuff. Outside of the schools, we have, the whole gentle parenting aspect. And I'm not even talking about the participation trophy type shit that you Gen Xers and Boomers put on us millennials that we had to fucking take shit from you. You gave us the trophy. You're like, why the fuck do you have a trophy? Sorry, triggered. But it's not, it's that to the extreme. You've seen it. But have you really put it together in the same context?
Hey, don't yell at her. Don't yell at her. You don't know.
Don't yell at her. POV trying to shop in Walmart. Don't report her. You don't know what she's been through.
Don't y'all do that to a little girl. Y'all don't know what she's
Oh, good one.
I think many modern parents don't want to tell their kids no a lot of the time, or they treat them.
Would speed her up, but we can't fucking understand. What are you saying? What are you saying? I'll see you in another life, brother.
Almost like friends. But when you're trying to avoid any prospect of a negative emotion for your child, it shields them completely from the real world. That it's a complete shock when they are told no, they can't.
Yeah, me neither. Me neither. Yet we got all this shit for it. Are you young enough to be in the participation trophy generation? Because I am, and I didn't vote on this shit either. Jay said, not to be that guy. I was waiting for it. Not to be that guy, but what do all of these people have in common? And yes, I can talk. I'm the same skin color as them. Unfortunately, I get lumped into their behavior. Embarrassing. So that is clearly a through line. So it's not a coincidence that we understand that the areas that are not good, just in the general sense, whatever good you want to say, when it's not good, it trickles down into other areas of life. So if there's a lot of crime, that's going to trickle down. If there's a lot of community, that's going to trickle down. If there's a lot of trust, talking about a low versus a high trust civilization. It's the difference between civilization and no civilization at all. Yep, absolutely. I'm just saying. Don't give me shit because my coaches and teachers gave me a participation trophy. That's all I'm saying. And listen, I'm Gen X and never pushed for participation trophies. That came from the schools. Well, y'all were the adults, all right? Y'all were the adults. So it's on you.
Handle it. And I think that's what these teachers are realizing.
That one lady is going viral right now because she like bought these little magic wands that were plastic to try to like make an activity fun for school. And then the kid like looked her in the face and like snapped it in half. And she was like, what the hell? And then someone in the comments was like, yeah, I'm a science teacher. And a kid like looked me in my eyes and held out a glass beaker and dropped it and let it shatter on the floor and like laughed in my face. And I see like videos all the time about teachers being like, oh my God, these kids are so mean. Like they literally will like make fun of you to your face and like laugh at you. And then the whole class laughs at you.
Yep. And so then that ties right back in to the Charlie Kirk thing, in case you missed it.
So many teachers are saying.
Is it? Tell me I didn't exit out? I exited out. Bing, 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 bing. What am I looking for? Charlie Kirk from.
Age girls and boys doing their prom outfit transitions to the audio of.
I don't know why it does this.
Age girls and boys.
Come on. All right. So again, this is this ties right together. Actually, I'm going to walk that one back because I want you to hear it in context.
Or and like laughed in my face. And I see like videos. What the hell? And then someone in the comments was like, yeah, I'm a science teacher. And a kid like looked me in my eyes and held out a glass beaker and dropped it and let it shatter on the floor and like laughed in my face. And I see like videos all the time about teachers being like, oh my God, these kids are so mean. Like they literally will like make fun of you to your face and like laugh at you. And then the whole class laughs at you.
So many teachers are.
And so, I mean, the class clown aspect was always a thing. Like the class clown thing has always been. You're telling me that you had people just fucking throwing school property for the laughs in the 90s as a regular thing? And so it again trickles down that the only way to get attention is to be negative and edgy.
Boys doing their prom outfit transitions to the audio of Charlie Kirk being killed.
Counting or not
Trigger warning!
counting gang violence. Great. Counting or not counting gang violence. Great. Counting or not counting gang violence. Great.
And the comments are worse. This young woman posted the video and somebody responded by saying, "I'm dying like Charlie Kirk." And she liked the comment and replied by saying, "Ha ha 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 ha." She thinks it's funny. Someone responded to another video saying, "This is so funny, OMFG." To which the girl replied, "Best transition I could find." Yeah, not a song, not anything else. The audio of somebody being assassinated. That's.
And again, I do think for fucking teenagers who would have no reason to give a shit about the reality of what happened to Charlie Kirk, the transition does work. But they don't care. They don't care whether it affects other people, because that is just the culture now. That is just the culture now. I mean, maybe in your school. But if that's the case, why is everybody here horrified about all this shit? If this is 30-year-old behavior, then I think you guys would be a little less wound up about it.
The kids are very defiant, so much so that...
All right, we'll go this one, and then we'll head back to the debate.
Consequences just don't matter to them. They don't care about them. They're so used to getting their own way, not feeling any negative emotions and learning to deal with them. No frustration. They're just...
You're misunderstanding me, Dick. I'm not saying they don't understand what they're doing. I'm saying they're not doing it for the reason that you think you think they're doing it. If you see that, your expectation is to be, oh, these liberals are doing making a political point. That's not. They're just fucking kids doing edgy shit. They're just edgy. They're just kids doing edgy shit. That is the one to fucking just let it go. Just let kids be doing some stupid shit. Yes, it's fucking gross, but it's not a real... There's no there. These kids aren't happy and laughing about Charlie. Even the comment, oh, I'm dying. Like that's fucking Zoomer lingo. So already say I'm dying. Like, oh, just like it's a pun. But my point is that it definitely wasn't a good thing. I'm not saying that it's good. Offended is a strong word, but I don't really like it. But the larger point is not about the political thing. It's about the callousness, the apathy that these kids have for everything. Why would we think it doesn't apply to everything else? Shout out to James Dillon. Welcome to the party. Zeus the Zoomer. We got Zeus the Zoomer in the world in the chat. TikTok edits alone are unbearably cringe, but this reaches a whole other strata of secondhand embarrassment. Yeah, if you're ever using a sound and just skip, I mean, rarely that pops up on my FYP, but I have no time. As I am saying, as I am doom scrolling TikTok, I have no time to watch you mouth and lip sync to a fucking yep. Oh, well, first of all, I got it. I was playing along, and I'm not Gen Z. I'm millennial, so that's why your joke missed. But nice try. Try again.
Used to the world almost revolving around them. It's really sad to hear how apathetic a lot of the children are. They're just not interested in learning anything. And like I say, it's the same with a lot of adults you meet. You can sense they don't even want to be talking to you or whatever the activity is.
Of course it is. Of course it is. Were you not a disrespectful little fuck when you were 16, 17 years old?
They're just waiting.
I don't know. What? Maybe if there's giant letters on the screen, maybe we can, use some context like these high schoolers.
To have that dopamine hit of going back on their phones. And it's no surprise that the kids just don't care about all this other traditional learning because they're getting this almost heroin level of addictive content. That's all they're waiting to do. That's the first thing a lot of kids do. As soon as they get home, it's not about going out to play anymore. It's not about meeting people. Wanting their screens.
Go play, son.
This wasn't really about the Scottish lady.
But I don't want you to have your iPad.
But I just want to play Roblox.
Son, you just got out of school. You can't have your iPad, okay? What? that mean?
And this has such...
All right, so this isn't really... all right, since this one sucks, we're going to do... I don't know what this one is. I'm going to let this ride, and then we're going back to the debate.
Also, I felt like every day was like the first day of school all over again. Since the first day of school, I constantly had to reinstill the expectations, routines, and procedures as if it was the first day of school.
Well, okay, girls are different. Girls are definitely different. But you didn't have things, so there wasn't anything then when you were a 15-year-old girl that you were talking about with your friends that you wouldn't want your teachers and parents to know about?
I had to yell in order for my class to even hear me. I even got one of those, like those headsets with the microphone, and I still had to raise my voice while it was amplified because my class was just that loud.
That's bad. And it's like that what that guy was saying in the other video, and that all this low-key does go back down to the parenting. There's only so much a teacher can do if their entire class of, I don't know, 15 to 30 kids, which is a lot, obviously you just doubled it, but 15 to 30 kids who just are rambunctious and are not getting it. And I never thought about that either. Each day is like the first day of school where you're having to reiterate the expectations and the rules and what to do, what not to do, how to act, how not to act.
Because what are we wasting? That neuroplasticity. Not only are they not learning what we want them to learn, but they are learning that I don't have to care about anything. Nothing matters. I do what I want. Whatever feels good in the moment. All that kind of stuff. All right. Well, then, I mean, you know, then you're different. You're also a girl, though. It's different for boys. Boys, you did not get through teenage years without saying some shit. I'm sure those kids in the videos can be respectful, too. I'm just saying that is a bigger message than, oh, they made fun of Charlie Kirk. That's mean. I get it. I know that. I'm saying there is a bigger trend going on. That's a piece of it.
Constantly having to do that, I would quit in a heartbeat. Because on one end, at first, in the beginning of this video, I'm like, you know, it is kind of messed up that these teachers are quitting mid-year. And I get the mental health aspect. I get you got to take care of yourself. But still, I thought it was like a little wrong. At least try to like thug it out to the end. If 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, I'm dealing with these kids that don't want to be there, aren't not even, obviously kids don't like school, but like zero respect, zero tolerance, zero nothing, then there's obviously no point in me being there. I can't be Captain Save-A-Ho and fix it all. I can't. So why am I here? Now I get it. Y'all leave.
I bet you do.
Leave. Now I see it. Now I see the vision completely.
Yes, the point of this is I used to love teaching.
Teacher crash out.
I used to love teaching. I used to be excited to get here every day, and now I'm sitting in my car crying before work.
This girl boo-hooing. I cannot imagine boo-hooing before my job. It has to be 7:30 in the morning, 6. It's raining, and she's the boo-hoo crying in the car because these students are crazy, and administration is not helping, and the parents are not helping. You got teachers quitting mid-year. You got teachers talking about how they're getting no support from administration. Teachers quitting their school, going to homeschool, and now teachers crying in the car before work because of how hard it has become.
And so this all ties back into the debate here. Should we abolish the Department of Education? Again, I don't know about you guys. I don't know about my own teachers. But I don't think that my teachers were going into their cars midday or right after the bell rings and breaking down because of how us students behaved. I was a little bit of a class clown, but I was also, you know, a shy guy. So like I have my moments here and there, but I was mostly quiet. But we had, like I said, we had the people that were always causing trouble. You know, I went to, you know, like I grew up in a decently nice suburban neighborhood, but my school district had a wide variety of socioeconomic statuses. So I mean, we had people living, like my best friend for a long time lived literally in a trailer park, and not like even. So I mean, not like the ones that you could just like hitch and drive away. They were foundation, but it was a trailer park. And then we had people who were richer than my family too. So point being, there was a lot of different things. So we had gang members, we had people who legitimately didn't care about shit, but that was a type of student. That was, oh, those are the bad kids. And there was a decent amount of them, but they were the anomaly. Most kids Most kids, maybe you get in trouble a couple times. Oh, you get detention here and there. You get caught. You're late to class. You're skipping class. Whatever. It's high school, of course. But the general idea still was, I have to accomplish something here. Even if it was just, I want to get good grades so my mom doesn't take my video games away. Even if that was the only thing, at least it was there. At least it was there. I mean, I'm not saying mansions. I'm saying like you walk, the front door is in the living room. You have a living room, regular size living room, and there's a kitchen. There's one hallway, 2 bedrooms and a bathroom, and then a bedroom on the other side. And personal story. One time they couldn't pay the mortgage, the bills, whatever the fuck it was, and they were about to be evicted. And Papa Lutch stepped in. I asked. Papa Lutch stepped in and paid their whole fucking thing. And then she ghosted my dad. Don't give money to people who are shady, even if they're your friends, because they're going to feel like they own it. All right, let's dive back in here. I'm going to back it up a little bit. But again, all of the stuff that we're seeing, all falls under the same type of, this is how society is eroding. And it's finally manifesting, finally in a negative way, manifesting in the children.
Because I'll tell you, I live in Florida. Florida is one of the most like socially Darwinian states in the nation. If a disabled person says, hey, I'm having problems getting to classes, I almost guarantee you the state of Florida, their rebuttal is going to be, take online classes, dipshit, good luck. That's going to...
As opposed to what? As opposed to what? If you can't afford what you can't afford, then you can't afford it. Why is that a failure of the government that you can't afford things? We live in a capitalist... What do you want? Daddy is not calling on anything. Shout out to Jennifer. Welcome to the party. 1983, I was in 9th grade, Dallas, Texas. We could still smoke cigarettes in designated areas between the classes. Actually, we did have that in my school as well. They had the whatchamacallit, the what did we call it? I don't know. It was just like a little patio. And yeah, you were allowed to smoke out there. I think they I'm trying to think if you were supposed to be like, they didn't really check, but yeah. By the time, there's so much that was normal about my high school when I got in 2005. That was just gone by 2008. What do we got here? Let's see. Jay asking for the side quest. All right. So remember, $5 side quests are for 10 minutes and under. So if you want to give me either a timestamp or we'll just get the gist of it, then send it in. If not, then that is totally cool. We can check that out on another time.
Florida, their rebuttal is going to be, take online classes, dipshit, good luck. That's going to be their answer. And then same thing with first generation students. They're going to say, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Nobody gets a free lunch.
This is half the platform. You got to be a little bit more specific.
Eat a dick, good luck. And that's going to be their solution to first generation students. So, I mean, if you're into that, that's fine.
So what does this super chat say over here? They unteach / dumb down. Young can no longer read or write cursive. Expand that to everything. 1800s tests are harder than tests now. And we've learned a lot since the 1800s. Funkmaster said, I was so reckless that the school kicked me out and got me a full-time job at a pet store when I was 15. Well, goddamn. That's what we call a come-up. That's what we call working smarter, not harder. There you go. I mean, so I don't know. That's up to you. $5 for 10 minutes. If you're going to send a 10, we can do the whole thing. It's up to you, brother.
Solution to first generation students. So, I mean, if you're into that, that's fine. I mean, again, we're probably increasing the efficiency of our educational system. But I think that the thing that you were kind of objecting to the most was the student loan system, and we should probably talk about that because we might agree on descriptive reality. We just might not agree on prescription. So do you want to kind of reiterate what you were saying in reference to student loans?
Yes. So basically, my issue with student loans is that as it exists right now and has, my entire lifetime and yours as well, I would imagine, the way these programs have operated. So we are effectively, the student loan program is subsidizing the consistent increase in the rise in higher education costs. We dispense so much student aid and put these people into, $18, $20, maybe $30,000 worth of additional debt. And the schools get that money. They keep raising their costs, and lo and behold, no matter what bill gets submitted to the government, you can get student loans for those bills.
And up and around and around and around we go. Shout out to JL. Thank you. So very, very much, sir. Of course, a treat for Morty, and of course, a $5 side quest coming right up. So let's see what we got here.
Nothing good, nothing at all good can
so
ever
weird.
come from deliberately trying to make your husband.
How? Okay, sorry. Well, I must have clicked it twice. That was so weird. I clicked that, and it came up on my main screen, and I pushed it up, and then there was another one right behind. Sorry, never mind. It was weird. Okay. What do we got here? I like it, Jay. We'll try to do as much as we can, but, I'll make exceptions here and there and everywhere.
Nothing good, nothing at all good can ever come from deliberately trying to make your husband feel disrespected and belittled. Today for our daily cancellation, we have another entry in the rapidly expanding genre of videos where wives complain about their husbands. And this genre is extremely popular. Of course, it's come up several times on this show. And yet, the reverse genre, husbands complaining about their wives, basically does not exist. I mean,
you get canceled for that. Shout out again to JL for bringing us this side quest.
Husband complains about his wife publicly, it will almost always be in a funny, lighthearted way where he makes himself the butt of the joke ultimately. But the all-female genre of spousal sessions is never meant to be funny, and the women certainly don't make themselves the butt of the joke. These videos are, in almost every case, bitter, petty, patronizing, and deeply insulting to the husbands. And this latest entry is no different. So here's a woman, Jenny Maharaj is her name, who decided to tearfully scold her husband in front of the world, in front of what turned out to actually be an incredibly large audience. This video has been viewed 2 million times on TikTok and another 30 million times on X. And as always, the comments are mostly full of women cheering her on and dogpiling her husband.
Yes,
There's wide agreement in the feminist peanut gallery that Jenny's husband is a bad person, a bad husband, a bad man, and she has no recourse but to divorce him. And this is exactly the kind of feedback that Jenny was looking for, obviously. There's no other reason to parade your spouse's shortcomings in front of the world. So here's Jenny's tragic tale of her husband being slightly dismissive once during dinner. Listen.
My husband decided to be spontaneous and take me to the movies last night. And when we went to dinner afterwards, I was talking about how much I really loved the movie. It was so good. I was so excited to talk about it. And he looks at me dead in my face and says, "It was just a movie." And I immediately stopped talking. So the more I sat there and thought about it, I start crying. It gets really uncomfortable. And he tries to break the silence by continuing to talk. And I finally look.
No. Okay. I agree. Assuming that this story is as described, that is kind of a shitty thing to say. You just saw the movie. You're excited about the movie. Don't rain on my fucking parade. So far, I'm willing to say I'm on her side, given that this is accurate. As of right now. I'm just, as we go. She's like, oh, just you wait. All right. So again, fair enough. If we just watched Star Wars, right? First time. If I was gushing over it, I was like, oh my God. And you're like, guys, that'd be pretty fucked up. Right? That'd be pretty fucked up. That's where we're at so far.
Uncomfortable. And he tries to break the silence by continuing to talk. And I finally looked at him and I said, that really hurt my feelings. And he responded, it was just a movie. I said, I was really excited to talk about it. You took me to see this movie on a whim. I've never heard of it, didn't look it up beforehand, and I really loved it. You picked a great movie, and I was so excited. And now I don't want to talk at all, because why would I want to talk after that?
You realize that this is the exact same video as the spool of wire thing, right? I'll pull that up after, and I have another one that might be directly relevant to this. But you guys remember where there was the guy in the Jets hat and he was looking at the spool and he's like, I've had this spool for 40 years and now it's done. So much time. And the lady's like, oh, you're wearing a Jets hat. I thought you were mad about football. And you can see the life drain out of his eyes. You guys remember that one or no? Put a one if you remember that one.
And he immediately stops. He's like, you're right. I'm sorry. And then he grabs my hands. He's like, I'm not even being sarcastic. You're right. I'm sorry. I love when you get excited. It's just annoying sometimes.
Okay. Maybe better wording from the husband. But I'm still on her side so far.
I recognize that he is trying and he is learning how to communicate with me. It's not an overnight process, but it is very painful. He's still new to his healing journey, so I just have to keep remembering that.
Of all the red flags that have ever been
So, I mean, I don't think that needed to go on the internet, but if we're just saying that's what happened and she was excited and he was, yucking her yum, then I'm with her.
There is perhaps none more ominous or more glaring than a woman who uses the phrase healing journey. And this is exactly the kind of therapeutic jargon that you so often hear from self-loathing.
All right, so let's see
and not as emotionally mature as much.
So the comment says, your happiness bothers him. There's some veiled hatred there. Whatever his journey is, you deserve a partner who enjoys you. Now, again, I think those are strong words just from those stories. Your happiness bothers him. Veiled hatred. That's a little extreme, but you deserve a partner who enjoys you. Fair enough. Fair enough. And it's not this chick that said that. So far, no harm, no foul.
Are correct. There is hatred here, but it's not for me. It's for himself. He hates my joy and excitement because he has nothing to feel joyful or excited about. And that's exactly what I said to him.
That escalated quickly.
What?
Why are you here? Why are you here? Why are you talking to TikTok and not a divorce lawyer?
But it's not for me. It's for himself. He hates my joy and excitement because he has nothing to feel joyful or excited about. And that's exactly what I said to him after he said it was sometimes annoying. The comments were not surprising. I actually almost didn't read them because I knew exactly how they were going to go. I started...
Of course you did, because you're a woman complaining on the internet about men.
My healing journey in August of 2022. In the first year of my healing journey, I crashed out at least 2 to 3 times a month. And he was there to take the beating every single time. Wait,
hold on. I was reading you guys. So, Heindel says she married someone who's on a healing journey. I don't really know what the fuck that exactly means. I mean, I know that a healing journey is like, oh, I've been through some shit and I want to but I don't know exactly what that means. And then somebody was taking a beating. So what?
First year of my healing journey, I crashed out at least 2 to 3 times a month. And
then shut the fuck up, bitch! Take the good. If you don't like me at my worst, then you don't deserve me at my best. What happened to that? I have no fucking clue. I have no fucking clue. Cocaine. What was I watching? Euphoria. I was watching Euphoria, and I was like, God damn. I might just go to a strip club just to find some decent coke. Yup. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. All right, so she's crashing out 2 to 3 times a month on her healing journey, and now he's on a healing journey, and he didn't crash out. He just said, you're kind of annoying sometimes, which seems pretty tame for husband and wife. I'm not married, so you guys tell me. You guys tell me how that would land with your spouse. You're like, I like that you're excited. It just can be annoying sometimes. Well, legitimately, I want to know, if you are married and your spouse said that to you, how would you feel about it? And how would you feel about them saying that to you? Legitimate question. I am looking for answers in the chat, please.
And he was there to take the beating every single time. When you start healing and reconnecting with your higher self, your brain thinks it's in danger and it starts to project and deflect to whoever is closest to you.
It starts to what? It starts to what? Projection. So you were a bitch because you were on a healing journey, and now he did a thing that you don't like, and so he's holding hatred against himself. Okay. I like this. Bar from HR Death Poet said, there is no healing. There's only scars and scabs, broken bones, and bleeding tongues. Some people will be like, oh my God, that's so sad. Or maybe it's realistic, and being able to understand that is what allows you to go through the bullshit of life and still have a happy life. You know, you know what? I'm going to keep that one to myself. Just that there's so many women who would kill to have a husband that would surprise them with a movie. Yep. Well, yeah, obviously she wants it's not even that. It honestly isn't even that. It's that is a means to the end. The end is, I want someone to make me feel good about me and this. And that's not wrong. The first video, I don't really have a problem with that. But how you just go from 0 to 100 and he hates himself because I annoy him. What? And I'm sure that Matt is going to be talking about how this continues. That you say something mild and everybody gasses you up. You're like, oh my God, you divorce him. You deserve so much better.
In my case, it was usually my husband. And now in his case, it is me. If I didn't feel like he was trying, I would not be here. I am secure in myself enough to know that I can make it on my own if I have to.
I know I said it's a topic for another time, but this, I cannot stress enough what a disaster therapy and the whole therapeutic industry. And I don't know if this woman has been to therapy.
Oh yeah. You don't come up with healing journey on your own. All right. So either you are way too deep in the wrong algorithm, and yes, the algorithm can be dangerous. I have never, ever said that the TikTok algorithm was not dangerous. But you don't just come up with that shit. Oh yeah. Does it may be insensitive, but judging by her epic extrapolation, seems like a person prone to emotional drama fetishization and used to garner empathy virtue points. Hubby wasn't ready for the drama. Sounds about right. Where are you on your healing journey? I am on not good at math. I was trying to do I was gonna be like, day whatever, 36 years and 6 months of becoming and being a person. I don't know. Like, exactly. Exactly. Oh yeah. As somebody who has a degree in psychology, there's absolutely things to understand about your own brain that will help you with life's bullshit. But there's a lot more that goes beyond that. It's not a clean wash.
I assume she probably has. If she hasn't physically been, then I guarantee she's read all kinds of self-help books and
All right, so hit me up, girl. What you waiting for?
watched videos and that sort of thing. It's all part of the same scam. And it's just been a disaster. The therapeutic industry has been a disaster for the human race and for women in particular.
Yep.
Because let me tell you something. The appropriate response, if you know someone personally who has this complaint about,
No, not the healing journey. Oh my God. If somebody said, the husband said to her, that I was excited. I'm excited about this thing. And I said, oh, I'm sorry, but that was just a movie, and your excitement annoys me. That's what I'm asking about.
I wanted to talk about a movie. He didn't want to talk about it. It's like, okay, get over it. Yeah, he was a little rude, a little dismissive.
And I would be willing to understand that, like, her just making the video and putting it out there is her getting over it. A lot of people use TikTok as just like a little diary. Because the thing about a TikTok that's so different from YouTube is that you don't have casual YouTubers, really. You don't really have, you're not going to do all this if you're not trying to build a channel. But TikTok isn't like that. TikTok is just, it's social media like Facebook or Instagram or Twitter. It's not the same kind of thing. And so I would be willing to, like, oh, she makes the video. It goes out to her fucking 25 followers that know her in person, and she never mentions it again. Is that the worst thing a woman can do? No, I think that would be fine. I think the husband might have something to say about it. But for us, for me, for Matt, for you guys, whatever. But that's not what she did. And why? Because she was getting gassed up.
So tell him that and move on with your dinner. You should be over it by the time the appetizers get there. Okay, it's not a crisis. It's not. We don't have to sit around dissecting it. We really don't. It's not about.
As he sits there and dissects it.
Well, let's look at the deeper significance of this. No, it's just a moment. He's annoyed by something. Maybe he's annoyed because they didn't have the food he wanted on the entree. Whatever. Like it doesn't matter. Get over it is the answer, lady. Get over yourself and get over it. And move on. Stop being a child. You're being a child is what you're being. Crying because you didn't want to talk about a movie. What the hell is wrong with you, you child? So that is actually the appropriate response. It's the healthiest response. It's what people like this need to hear. They will never hear it from a therapist. They will never hear it from a therapist. Instead, they'll say, let's sit and talk. Let's do 10 sessions about this. Anyway, another detail that you should know about this truly awful woman is that she has apparently 4 children. And 2 of them are teenagers or young adults, which means that her children are fully aware that her mother is disparaging their father on the internet. They can read, and certainly have read, all of the comments describing in detail why their father is an egotistical monster unworthy of love. And all of these comments are foreseeable. Indeed, Jenny says that she knew it would go that way. And yet she posted the video anyway.
So I thought there was another follow-up.
And this is why I must desperately urge the women of America, thoughtless,
he's leaning into the sponsor, not going to say
slightly dismissive remark. You, on the other hand, made the calculated, premeditated decision to disrespect and belittle him in front of the entire world. You are the bad guy here. There is no contest. You have also unintentionally provided some mitigating context to the dismissive remark from your husband. Because now we know what kind of wife you are. Now we know how you treat your husband. If you will disrespect him like this in public, we can only imagine how vicious and horrible you are to him in private. In fact, you admitted that too. He said you crashed out multiple times a month, but it was okay because you were on your healing journey, whatever the hell that means. So you're admitting that you're awful to him in private also, which we know because you're awful to him in public.
And so, I mean, I'll drop the link for you guys. Jay already put it in the Discord, but I think we see where he's going. That, no reason to be putting your husband on blast. And I have a slightly more lenient position in that I understand how people use TikTok the same way they use Facebook, the same way they use MySpace, same way they use Twitter, same way they use Instagram, where it's just, a diary where you just, put it out there. And on TikTok, you're much more likely to have somebody who's not growing a channel actively go viral than on any other platform. So that's another aspect of, like, if you see a video that goes viral because you're not on TikTok, you assume, oh, this must be somebody who is posting, who is trying to influence other people with this stuff. That's not what TikTok is, guys. I'm telling you. As time goes on, you are going to become more and more and more and more and more and more and more out of touch. I've said what I say. I've said what I can say. Yeah, and that's a big part of the understanding of the responsibility that you have when you put things on the internet. Even if you're not a big channel, even if you're not a big page, even if you don't have 1 million followers, now with the TikTok algorithm, anything you say can go viral. And so another thing that I love about it, because it's organic. It's not somebody trying to go viral. Yes, there's the pranksters and there's the rage baiters and there's all that. But if you swipe past that stuff and you hit not interested on that stuff, then you're only going to find the good shit that actually either entertains you or gives you a reason to start a discussion. TikTok is king. Speaking of kings, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Again. Let's give a double. Double up. Yeah, eat that one. Eat it good. Funkmaster General with another 10 gifted memberships. Thank you. So very, very much again. Shout out to Havo, Blue Baron, JS Urban, Bear, LS415, Box News, Andre, Quantum, P-Swag, and our boy Abe Dinkus. You guys are now members, and we have got 35 minutes left in the mainstream, and then the chat goes to members only. So please give a big thank you to my sugar daddy and good friend, Funk Master General. Thank you so very, very much, sir. Cannot tell you how much I appreciate it. So let's dive back in. Thank you, sir. All right, let's see what he just said.
And then the schools get that money. They keep raising their costs, and lo and behold, no matter what bill gets submitted to the government, you can get student loans for those bills. And then, now the colleges have been, we have for like over 50, 60 years now, 70 years, colleges have been conditioned to accept this reality that they can just keep cranking the numbers.
That's 138 out of 250 for the week, 5 out of 15, and 66 out of 75 for the stream, guys. $9 will get us there. Thank you so very, very much, sir. It's been a while. I haven't done some push-ups, so I kind of don't really want to do any push-ups. So just saying.
Condition to accept this reality that they can just keep cranking the numbers up, and the student loan money will just appear out of thin air and pad the coffer, and they can raise the operating costs some more.
Well, but it's a supply and demand curve, right? So
again, if you're just joining us, this debate is, should we abolish the Department of Education? And with all the things that we're seeing, like specifically in the stream, all the things that we're seeing, doesn't seem like this federal department is doing much in the way of education.
Effectively, what we've done is we've subsidized demand. So back, 2 generations ago, if you wanted to go to college and the student loan system didn't exist, if you were rich, you got to go to college. Maybe you get a 2-year degree, maybe you get a 4-year degree, maybe you get a tech cert, whatever. If you were poor, then that's tough shit. You just have your...
Correct. That's what capitalism is. How else do you want to do it? This way, where the kids can't fucking read?
High school diploma, and you go get the best job that you can. Now, that was okay when we had a manufacturing economy, when we had an industrial economy.
Oh, and you're the one who's been voting to keep all of that stuff, right? You go with the party who's all about manufacturing in America, right?
But we have been moving away from that for the past 2 or 3 generations, arguably.
Who's
we've outsourced our industrial capacity overseas, and now we're in a service economy. So your options are effectively either get a 4-year degree or a master's or a tech cert. Actually, tech certs and I would say blue collar jobs are actually doing better than previously thought in this new generation.
Right. So what do we need the DOE for?
But effectively,
he's a fucking, Trump with the weave. He can fucking go all. What is this guy fucking talking about? Fucking yap master over here.
Your options are get a 4-year degree and get into the white, the middle class, or it's stay at the bottom level and you can either work as a, cashier at a grocery store or I could come up with other examples, but basically you can work as a cashier or you can be a plumber, right? Well,
oh no, a plumber. What's the average salary for a plumber? Not a plumber, a plumber in the U.S. Dun 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 dun. Put your guesses. Somebody guess what the average salary for a plumber in the U.S.? Give me a range. 20 to 30K, 60 to 80K, 80 to 100. What do you think? What do you think? Hey, shout out to Grumpy. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Or maybe it's Sleepy when you change that background, right? Grumpy said our modern education are making millions of big retarded children. Yup. So, Box says 45K. Okay, 40. So let's wait. What would that be? I mean, I'm thinking salary. So, but okay. So, well, okay. That's probably similar. Is it a lot? $150 per year. That's the thing. So we're going by hour. Okay. Let's see. Let me see. Okay. So we've got an hour. We've got by an hour. So Box said 45K for the salary. Carmen said 45 to 350. I'm going to go on the low end and assume that nobody normal is paying $350 an hour for a plumber. HR, I'm assuming you're saying 150 an hour, 60 an hour, 25 an hour, and so 50 to 70K. As of May 2026, the average annual salary for a plumber in the United States is approximately $63K, which breaks down to roughly $31 an hour, while many plumbers earn between $49.5 and $72.5. Top earners can exceed $100,000 annually in specialized and high-cost living areas. Oh no! Oh no!
Examples, but basically you can work as a cashier or you can be a plumber, right? Well,
and that's bad because if you're not educated and flexing your education, then you're a piece of shit, says the leftist. Play. What the fuck?
Not everybody wants to be a plumber. Not everybody wants to be an electrician.
Not every. What people want have to do with this? Sorry, none of us actually want to work. That's why they call it work. That's why they pay you for it.
Not everybody wants to be HVAC. Although if you're a young man who likes to work with your hands, I do recommend those fields. And
why? Why do you recommend those fields? Because it seems like you just spent the last, 5 minutes of me, but the last, 10 seconds, shitting all over the trades. Is it good or is it bad? I know you guys can only think in binary, unless it's transes. But I can't tell if you're saying it's good or it's bad. But you're saying it's one of them.
Be HVAC. Although if you're a young man who likes to work with your hands, I do recommend those fields. And then nobody wants to be poor. And
Bro. My goodness. Shout out to the Funk Master General with a big $20 cash app. Oh, you're spoiling me. We got to do a double for that. Oh, my goodness. The big $20. Thank you. Said for the Overlord. It says the Overlord rules. Indeed he does. Thank you. So very, very much, sir. And if I'm not mistaken, let's see, that's 158 for the week. That is 6 out of 15 for the night. And 86 for the night, which means we have met the goal. Oh shit, am I out? Hold on. Okay, hold on. Thank you so very, very much, sir. Give me something star that so I don't remember. Thank you. Oh, Morty, what did you do with it? It's underneath. We got it. Let's fucking go. Well, you extra. All right, this might be it. This might be the end of the other thing. Yep, I'm gonna have to, somebody remind me in the after party to order more. Let's fucking go! You know I gotta do push-ups, but hey! Thank you. So, very much. I cannot tell you guys how much that means. Oh my goodness! Well, that's why we say average. Yeah. I mean, I think depending on the job, like 350. No, 3 for 3 hours. Yeah, I'm with you. 350 for an hour. 350 an hour. I mean, you better be fucking. I don't even know. You better be sucking my dick if you're fucking giving me 350 an hour. Yeah, that's the crazy thing. That like he's acting like it's such a horrible thing, and then in the next fucking breath, he's like, "Well, I mean, you know, it's some people should go into that." Then why are you talking shit on it? Many people go into the trades on purpose because it's not a fucking corporate job. Now, I'm too fucking scrawny and lazy and whatever to go into like an actual blue collar trade. But I knew since I was a kid, like I was not going to fit in a corporate structure. That just isn't happening. Oh, who did you hide? Who did you fuck up? Wait, Jesus Christ. I'm Dell, are you here? Yeah, you fucking complete. If she doesn't come back, I'm going to be very, very, yeah, you did. I'm going to be very, 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 very mad if she doesn't come back. Okay. We got it. No harm, no foul. We're good. Yet another reason why you guys should be in the Discord, link pinned, to make sure in case something like that happens, you could just be like, hey, Lutch, DJ fucking knocked me out. And then I can fix it. I have the power. Thank you. Yeah, Funkmaster works in a trade, and I'm not hurting physically, but maybe not financially. I said, hell yeah. And that's the thing. I'm not built like that. I'm a soft ass. I'm a soft dude. I'm sorry. I got brains. I got some shit going on up here, but especially without y'all guys' help, when we got some push-ups to do. Oh, that just ain't me. I'm just not the kind of guy. Well, I mean, I used to be that kind of guy, but I'm not the kind of guy who can go for weeks at a time with 3 to 4 hours of sleep. When I was in college and shit, I made it work, but I'm getting old now. I'm getting old, and I haven't been in practice in using my body and stuff. So I probably have like what is those things with the real age? Probably like 60, bruh. Probably like 60. My bones are 65. Oh my goodness. Yeah, right. You gonna hit me up, right? You're gonna DM me and we're gonna make something happen. That's what I'm talking about. All right, dive and back in.
I do recommend those fields. And then nobody wants to
after
be poor.
shitting all over.
And so what we've
exactly counterpoints. So some people don't want to be plumbers. Do they want to not be plumbers more than they want to be poor, or less than they want to be poor? Then what the fuck are you talking about?
Done is we've created equality of opportunity in reference to access to a 4-year degree. And then we've said, if you want to be in the middle class, you need a 4-year degree. So how would you solve this? Where
I stop saying that you need a degree to be in the middle class, because that's a lie.
Your options are trades, retail restaurant, or 4-year degree.
Well, that's a complete. Well, say if I'm only.
That's a false trichotomy. I don't know if I've ever seen a false trichotomy. We got a dilly for that. I guess we'll go with that's our never fucking heard it before.
Stop the cap.
Should we get that one or I don't know. You want to know the fucking most annoying fucking thing in the world? You remember when I was on my other laptop and the sounds were actually working and not echoing? I played the fucking Curb song and they fucking demonetized it. So apparently, whenever you use that as a meme sound, don't play the whole thing. Because that, like, 20-second thing is heavily copyrighted. All right. What are we doing? Okay, my drink there. Jennifer's going to download Discord, send me a DM. And, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I guarantee you, if we did, I don't remember exactly what it's called, but, like, if we did the thing on, like, real age, like, I bet you your heart rate is infinitely better than mine. I bet your strength is more than mine. And we can adjust that for height as well. I'd say like all of those. I just don't be doing shit. What is this little fucking? This looks like a little turd on my lip. Just that one spot of hair that goes over the lip. Oh, I hate that. Okay. All right. Put your stock money in toilet paper and pet food. You'll do okay. Yep. No shortage of cat ladies. And everybody poops. But I said, wow, I feel all the love in here. It's like the end of the lot in this chat. What? End of the lot? What you talking about, Willis? Hey, all I'm saying, heavies are heavies. I don't care how old they are. If you got the heavies, I'm about it.
Well, that's a complete. Well, say if I'm only limited to those three choices, like nowadays, that's just not even possible. And that's, I think, is part of the problem. Is you ask most people about education and how, and a lot of it is going to be framed because we're going to remember it like how it was when we were faced with coming out of high school and going into college. Like, if I asked my 65-year-old mother today, like, what my options were as an 18-year-old, she'd tell me, well, you got to go to college and get in debt, or you're going to be a loser for the rest of your life.
Now, I imagine that this type of messaging was similar for Gen X, but it was ubiquitous. The millennial, like, there was not an option. It literally was, you're going to be a loser for the rest of your life if you don't go to college. Now, again, I'm born privileged. I went to a private university and came out with zero debt. But plenty of the people that I went to school with, to a private university, meaning much more expensive than going to like Rutgers or TCNJ, which was literally down the road from Ryder. My college girlfriend, she's broke as fuck. She had to take loans out the ass. Like, you could go to Rutgers for $7,000 a year, TCNJ for like 10, and even in 2008 it was like $40,000 a year for Ryder. So I don't know why. I guess if you're gonna spend money that you don't have, then what's the difference between a $7K and $40K a year? But the point is that it was drilled into us that this is a sacrifice you must make. There is no other option. You can sell drugs and be this, that, or you could be a bookie, or you can go to college and be a real person. That was the only thing that was available to us. Now, obviously, there are millennial kids who had parents who were in the trades who were like, I can do that. But even they were like, we're on the rhetoric of, well, yeah, I'm a plumber or I am a roofer, but I want an easier life for you. So just take out $100,000, learn bullshit, and then be saddled with $300,000 of debt for the rest of your life. That's much better than having to climb out on the roofs in the middle of summer, right? She's a tease. What a tease.
And she wouldn't know, like, okay, I can go sit online and I can do a bunch of online courses, get certifications in something, and then walk in and then apply for jobs with those certifications and get in the door.
Shout out to Bulb, Sweet Bulb. Said, I had no idea you were live at this hour. Pretty sure he does whatever, same time all the time. But perfect entertainment for my crippling alcoholism. I said, shit, me too. Shout out to Easy. Now, if you were in the same place in life, if you were in the same place in life that you were today, but you could have skipped college and been in the same position, not counting the money part, so just the college experience, both the education specifically, but whether you lived in dorms, whether you went to community college, whether you were part of a club, all of those things. If I had to pay for my own college, I definitely would not have gone to a private university. But I think there's so much of, especially being an introverted, short Indian kid, the amount of social butterflyification, if you will, that happened from me going to college, I think is irreplaceable. But it wasn't my money. Like, unquestionably, 2010 was the best year of my life. I was just getting into drugs, so we were still on the up. We were having fun. I had a girlfriend. I had a job. I had all, I was hanging out. My parents weren't around. We were partying. I wouldn't give that up for anything. But again, not my money, so it's hard to tell. Do yourself a favor and learn a trade. Yeah, and these days, a trade doesn't even necessarily mean roofing or plumbing. Editing videos is a trade. I am actively, I don't know if I can afford it yet, but I'm actively looking for somebody who's going to clip up my streams. Why? Because I'm too fucking lazy to do it myself with the streams themselves and my job. And I'm not looking for fancy editing and all that stuff. So literally just somebody needs to watch, and as you could be watching, you're already watching. It's like, timestamp that right there, and right about there. And you go in later, plop, 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 plop. I can give you the password to my StreamYard as an editor. You go in, clip, 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 and you get paid for that. That is an entire industry. That's not just a legitimate trade. That's an entire industry. And so, Dick said I operated a lot of heavy equipment as a union laborer. It was fun sometimes. I hear that a lot. My one of my roommates, the guy who the fat guy who I did that first audio only podcast with, he was a pool tech, and he works long hours. All usually through till about from March. Not March. More like early April to almost Christmas was the pool seasons. So he would start in earlier in the year, and every day it's opening pools. Then throughout the summer, you're doing maintenance and fixing this and fixing that and whatever. And then you're closing pools, and it's the middle of winter. It's the middle of fucking winter. And it's brick. And you've got to be in the pool. Maybe you don't need to be in the pool, but you're going to get wet. That's a trade. But there's other kinds of trades too. I think people too quickly go to manual labor from trade. Like a trade. not necessarily the same. And I mean, shout out to anybody who could do that stuff, because I can't. But there's a lot of stuff online that I definitely could. Hey, shout out to Glow and Dark. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, just the old clip-a-row. Bucks, I don't know how, or I would. PKA clips made like 3. Yep. I mean, if somebody was willing, I'm just going to put this out there. At some point, I'm going to change my mind. But as of right now, if you wanted to start the Indian Jesus Clips channel, and you did you just take whatever and just post whatever, that's you. I'm not going to pay you for that, but that channel will fucking blow the fuck up, because all the building stuff that has gotten me to here, you don't have to go through that. You just take the good stuff. And then as the channel grows, then it'll do that. And because the clips are out there, then the channel will grow. Clips and shorts and this and that and that. It's a fucking thing. So if you're interested, if you want to spend 2 hours on YouTube learning how to do the old clip, if you want to spend 2 hours learning the old clip, make yourself rich. You sure as shit gonna make more money than I am. All right, let's dive back in. Yeah.
Apply for jobs with those certifications and get in the door. It's a lot. The technology is very different.
How long we got on the clock, DJ? How long we got on the clock?
I think as far as access to it and what it can do for education, but a lot of the prescriptions we are getting are coming from people with very old mentalities on education and how people can go about starting their life at a young age. There's more options now to start your life in your early 20s without being shouldered with a shit ton of debt than there were 50 years ago.
I don't know how old you are. I'll just agree that the millennial generation got effed. Okay.
Yeah, I'm 40.
And, so wait, sorry, what's that?
I'm 40. We're about the same age.
Yeah, I'm about to be 40. So yeah, I'll agree that effectively what happened was,
is turning 40 better or worse than turning 30? Because turning 30 hit me like a fucking brick wall. I always knew. I forgot we actually DJ, we hit it already, so ignore that, my bad. Yeah, I remember being 29. I'm like, oh, turning 30, whatever. And then I turned 30 and I was like, oh fuck. I'm 30. I feel like, yeah, I was just saying 40 felt like my prime. I feel like 30 is the 30s is when you're like, okay, I understand how to figure it out, but I'm not there yet. I don't know, just mentally, and like maybe not thinking about mortality, but like, you know, taking stock of like, oh wow, you know, my child, I'll never be a child again. Like the fun of my 20s, the innocence of my teens, that is gone forever. Well, good for you guys. I mean, I hope I can be that guy. I will. You know, what am I saying? I'm going to be that guy for y'all. Y'all are going to make me be that guy because y'all give me strength and power.
I'm about to be 40. So yeah, I'll agree that effectively what happened was we were given a boomer playbook for a world that no longer existed. Okay.
Yep.
The boomers, they were born at a certain time where you get done with high school, you get into college, you get a 4-year degree, you're guaranteed, pretty much a stable job with a decent income, maybe even some benefits. You work that job for, 10 to 30 years, you keep climbing the ladder, and then eventually you can retire. That's effectively like the playbook that I was told by my parents, and I'm assuming most millennial parents told their kids the same.
Yep. So let me ask this, since we have a number of Gen Xers here. How do I, okay, so obviously if you're Gen X, you're not going to necessarily have a specific understanding of what it was like being a millennial at the, near the end of high school. What I'm trying to ask is, do you feel like that push for college, university, higher education, was that it wasn't as bad as with the millennials, but was it bad enough that like your parents, it would be expected that a Gen Xer's parents would think that if they didn't go to college, that it would be inherently a bad thing. Let's start there. If you're Gen X, did your parents and your friends' parents all feel like if you didn't go to college, that you would be a failure?
Thing. What I would say, though, is that the rug has been pulled out under us, where a lot of the industrial manufacturing that was available during the boomer generation has been slowly leaving the country due to global economic liberalism, where effectively, like, we have outsourced all of our industry to foreign nations. The only thing that's left for Fortune 500 companies is where they finish the products in order to move them out to market, or the administration of these global supply chains. That's what's left here. And so if you want to get into that upper class, you have to be higher educated, but then your ability to use a 4-year degree to get into that upper class is more limited, more competitive. So exactly what you said is what I would tell the next generation, which it's like, if you're good with your hands, do a trade. We looked down on that when we were millennials. But truth is, I know plumbers who are making, 70, 80, 100K a year, and they're, in their 20s. That's amazing.
Well, this
right?
is part of the problem.
Hey, we got Nordic Born. Welcome to the party. Said, hardworking mofo, and I learned from busting my ass. Retired at 49. That is fucking epic, dude. That is fucking goals. I think that's another aspect of why 30 hit me so hard, is because I was doing drugs most of my 20s. And so the idea that people were retiring at 30, 35, 40, like, that was a cool thing until I was like, oh wait, like they're done? Like, you're done? You did all the hard stuff and now you just get to crazy. Hey, shout out to Nordic Born again with the $2 make you. Hello. Thank you. So very much. What the fuck is that? Said Skull. Hope you're well. You too. Skull and dilly. Thank you. And of course, every $2 adds another push-up. Thank you. Oh, and you almost let me forget. A refill! If there's anything in here. I'm just putting it on the outside so we don't lose it, so I can see what we're doing here. Oh wait, did I give it? Yeah, I did give it. This is such a good song. Beautiful. Shout out to Nordic Born. Remember, guys, every donation, once we hit the goal, adds more push-ups and a refill for the Overlord. Thank you so very, very much. Okay, don't let me forget to update that banner there. Jason said, I know nothing about my generation. I was in the military. Came home during the recession and said F this and went back. Smart move. Gen X, brother, we learn from hardworking parents. But specifically the message of you should go to college. Because I have a thought that may be right or wrong, but it seems to me that starting with maybe younger Gen X, that the hardworking parents, It's not that they were saying that hard work is not good or anything like that. It was more so, and this is what I'm asking if I'm wrong here. It was more so that your parents, as a Gen X, so typically boomers, so these boomers are looking at you and they're working hard and showing you, hey, we work hard. But I don't want you to have to live this hard of a life, so you should go to college so that you can get a high-paying job. I'm trying to understand how prevalent that message was with Gen X from their parents, because it was like 98% of parents of millennials said if you don't go to college, you are a loser, or you will be a loser forever. Skill the Morty. Oh, he loves it. He says, thank you for the refill. Oh, what? It's specially made for dogs, pepperoni flavor. I don't like showing brand names. All right, so Kong, hit me up for a sponsorship. Hit me up for a sponsorship. All right, let's dive back in. Well, you know what? Since we've got 23 seconds left, does anybody who's not a member and who is on Twitch, does anybody want to say anything? Because you're about to lose your opportunity to chat if you're not a member. So I'm going to start here. I'm going to keep reading. So if you got something to say, like the goal is just ending now, but you can get it in. I'm going to read whatever we're reading, and then we're going to members only. Remember, if you're not a member, you can still watch. You're just not going to be able to chat unless you super chat. So Ty said, when I found out about college, I was genuinely confused as to why people intended to keep going to school as adults. Then I figured out it's because I was already aiming for a career path, not an education. There you go. And that is that. I would understand if like a Zoomer didn't understand what you meant by that. Not just because they don't know how to fucking read, but the difference between aiming for a career path, as in I want to do this thing, I want to accomplish this. This is what I want to spend my life doing. Versus, what do I do next, or how do I get the ticket to be just amorphous successful? That was a lot of the messaging. That it's just like automatic that you're going to be successful by going to college. And maybe 40 years ago, but clearly not now. Jennifer said, I think they thought it was a way for their kids to have better than what they have. Thinking college would be a financial stable. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm asking. I'm very curious how ubiquitous that was around parents of Gen X. Andel, you heading out. Thank you so very, very much. You have a good one. Funkmaster. So my folks didn't push college, and my friends that went to college still landscaped in the summer. Well, you know, when landscaping could get you a college degree. Yeah. Indeed. If you're gray, get in your last bits. We are headed to members only. Remember, you can still watch, so don't fucking leave. Here we go.
Pay a year, and they're, in their 20s. That's amazing.
Well,
right?
This is part of the problem with the collegiate system as it's been existing, as far as with the student loans and the cost. If a college can just say, hey, this year it's going to cost $50,000 to go here, and the money just gets spit out to this already like low income background hypothetical student, and now they're $50,000 in debt. What's even worse is that the colleges don't really feel under the current system where they can just collect all this money because the government will spit it out. They don't feel any obligation to feel.
All right, guys, we got a new goal to hit, and the members are the only ones who can chat. Sign up to join the after party.
Like these kids are.
And remember, guys, 3 or more people join the voice channel, and that kills this stream and heads to the VIP party, which is open to anybody. So you do what you're gonna do.
getting their money's worth by going in. Unless you're going to a really like top tier university, you're just a head worth 50 grand a year to them as long as you keep going and you sign on the dotted lines.
Yeah, but if our generation is realizing that we got told that a 4-year degree was a guaranteed way into the middle class, it was basically your golden ticket, and that's no longer true, and we're turning around and telling the next generation, hey, you need to be like a lot more mean, a lot more lean, a lot more thoughtful of where you put your time and energy, and putting yourself $20,000 or $80,000 in debt, even at a state school, in order to get a 4-year degree that doesn't guarantee you employment is not a good idea. How are we not going to see a dramatic drop in demand for these services and therefore a drop in price?
Oh,
like I
and
know
the same way the biggest part of the problem is that these colleges will promise you the world, and then I've known people who were sold this great bill of goods from different universities. One guy I know went to a place in Florida for game design, graduated, couldn't get a job anywhere he went because, well, you're not certified in any development engine. You're worthless.
Was it Full Sail?
Heimdall is a she.
Yes.
Don't be weird about it.
Okay.
Wait, I missed that one.
Certified in any development engine. You're worthless.
What was it? Full Sail?
Yes.
Okay, for those of you who don't know, Full Sail University has an incredible marketing program where
It's
they
mainly
try to
known
get
as being the WWE University.
Yeah. So what they do though is they do have talented people who work there,
I'm
but
gonna
effectively
pee.
they're not accredited. So you don't leave with an accreditation within a specific field that makes you hireable. And so
and that's the worst of both worlds, because you are actually learning the skills that you need to learn, but you're not getting the piece of paper or the actual accreditation. The good thing is that I don't know how, I'm not paying that close attention to how people are hiring for smaller companies, but what I have seen, namely on TikTok, is that business owners are not so much interested in what letters you have, what degrees you have. It's just about, can you do the job? I'm talking about the 2013 switch when wokeness started taking over. Then, the paper was good. The degree was good. But the attitude that came with it wasn't really worth it. And then if you really couldn't actually even do the job, then why the fuck are we hiring you? You're pissing us off. You're hitting up HR every day. Why do we want this? And so now I think a lot more, I don't want to say CEOs, but a lot more hiring people are willing to look at the whole picture, as opposed to, well, you didn't go to school, so therefore. Jennifer said it's all money driven. Spend the money on our education to try to make more money when you're out, but then you're working to pay back the loan you took out. And round and round and round she goes.
Basically already have to be talented within your creative industry, already have work to show said industry.
Right, but you can get that without accreditation. I just brought up video editing. You don't need anything more than YouTube to become a professional editor. No, it's going to take some time. You're going to make some mistakes, but you find a good, you find someone who knows what's good and be like, hey, where did you learn this? Like, I'm literally about to talk to SpeakeaZy about some different things about how I want to do my show, because I like the way that he does his shit. I like the behind the scenes shit. You don't need to worry about it. But you network. It's not what you know, it's who you know. God damn it! I saw a job and knowing, and I thought this was going to be right in line with me saying it's not what you know, it's who you know. And then you were going to say I knew this guy, but that didn't work out. But hey, no line from the movie Airplane. Another movie that I've never seen that we could definitely do if we hit the weekly goal. Then whatever works, right? Whatever works.
creative industry already have work to show said industry, and then you basically have to know the right people. And,
So
and
colleges are not; those colleges don't feel obligated to give these kids their money's worth, is what it sounds like.
Sure. But if
like no.
Somebody said that I was going to go to Full Sail out of state, I would be like, oh, your parents got money to blow and you're about to get royally fucked. So, or
either that or they just wanted to go to NXT for free every month.
Well, right. And they're
all right. What's with this inside baseball? What the fuck are y'all talking about?
Dreamer, right? So, but that's the thing. So, all right. So
it's not the only one.
Like we kind of agree that at least we agree that the student loan system has subsidized demand, which has inflated cost, and people are getting shafted. We agree on that descriptively. The problem that I have here, though, is that I still think.
Was that somebody using a soundboard, or did he sneeze?
On that descriptively. The problem that I have, and people are getting shafted. We agree on that descriptively.
What the fuck was that?
The problem that I have here, though, is that I still think that
I think that might have been Easy's wife, maybe? I don't know.
A function of society. I've been in private industry, I've been in public industry, and it seems like the great equalizer is the foot in the door. And so if I look at a young, scrappy, entrepreneurial, industrious person who needs a 4-year degree in order to get into a certain industry, but they were born on the wrong side of the tracks, I don't want to say, hey, tough shit, good luck next time.
Yeah, but who? There's 4 people on the screen and none of us sneezed. So who sneezed?
Right? We all get
need a student loan, but they certainly
and not
don't
only
need
did
the department.
Not only did none of nobody reacted. Nobody reacted. Like, you would think that if you're in a debate and you're focusing on that and you're oh fuck yeah, none of them reacted. None of them. Look how educated kids are in the eastern part of this world, and all my doctors are from the Middle East, not the Far East. Far East is much better. Much better.
Department of Education to get that loan.
Why not? Because effectively the federal backing of the loans, because loans don't have collateral. Loans are guaranteed by the federal government. That's the only reason why these loans are issued.
Yeah, and they're not going away. Like they've said, they haven't said the student loan program itself is going away.
Can you stop? Okay, we're trying to have an intellectual conversation here.
Or it's going to be funded less.
But we're talking about
should
versus
the cost of university. Yeah, that's part of the problem. It just means the manpower distributing it is going to be done by another
Not yet, brother. Not yet.
Department and not by DOE staff, and we can eliminate redundant employees at that point.
Right, but I thought you were saying that your beef with the student loan system was the fact that we're subsidizing demand, which is
yes, it is. The student loan system itself, separate from the Department of Education.
Let's see what Gooch said. Why aren't trade schools promoted more than useless degrees like underwater basket weaving? Where did that come from? Whose line is that? The underwater basket weaving, because that's the. I mean, if you're not using the gender studies, then you say underwater basket weaving. Whose thing is that? I don't like. It's like, really, you couldn't think of any other weird thing. You have to use somebody else's weird thing. Come on, man.
Loan system itself, separate from the Department of Education. That's another thing I would say that needs to be completely overhauled, if not just completely eliminated, and the colleges would have to then be forced to bring their costs down. There's no,
like capitalism,
painless way out of the loan problem at this point.
Okay,
that's something else we dug ourselves into. There really is no painless way out.
Ironically, my dad talked about how in the mid 80s when he came over here, he got a lot of there was a lot of, I mean, he says racism. I think it's I don't know. I wasn't there, obviously, but his truth is that the other doctors were very racist. There was a lot of Jewish and Russian doctors in New York where he was. So, well, take that for what you will. Shout out to Neo Zio. Welcome to the party. Said I worked at University of Chicago in the architect side of the campus for 2 years. Tell you what, going to school in America, unless you're passionate about what you do, is a waste of money, period. Got to put the T, period. Clock it. Agreed. And I don't even know if that is the case for for like my age. Because again, I think I learned a lot from college. I think there was a lot of bullshit. I think I could have learned everything I learned from my college education in probably about a year. And then all of the positive social aspects, probably another year. But I could have done those simultaneously. But that's just, you know, I mean, it's so tough to track this type of change. I don't know. Yeah, we had Nick Shirley was on PBD, and I scoped it out. Doesn't really seem like much of that seems like more of a conversation y'all should watch on your own. But his next video for the Cuba video, we are definitely going to cover that. Just it's crazy because I'm only letting an Indian surgeon touch me. Hey. Thank you. Come again. Daddy's not coming on anything.
But this is what I'm trying to point out, okay? So my generation gets saddled with debt, and we have degrees that realistically we didn't need in order to work. And as a result, we have an extra $20,000 to $100,000 worth of debt that we're going to be working off. Now, if you actually look at incomes by educational level, it seems like bachelor's degrees do ultimately pay for themselves and then some, but it takes a while. Like it takes like a decade or two.
Yeah,
unless you're me and you go. Actually, I don't know. I guess like my psychology degree definitely did help me get the dog training, but you definitely don't need a degree in psychology to be a dog trainer. So I don't know. That is okay. I do ask you guys to try to double check, but I'll give the members a little bit more leeway. Hey, motherfucker. All right. Every time when it's on camera, it plays. Every time it's not, it doesn't. Ah, see, I told you.
That's a line they were selling back when like we were 18, 19 years old. That like, oh, if you have a bachelor's degree, you're gonna make X amount, like some six figures more than the average person without one or something.
I still think it's true over the course of a lifetime, though.
Yeah,
and I think that 20-year period, that does seem to be about somewhere in there where, you know, a higher education was a higher education, and then it wasn't.
And even if it is true over the course of a lifetime, even if we grant that, week to week, month to month, you don't fucking feel it. You don't feel like I'm making an extra $500,000 in my life.
Well, sure. No, I'm with you. Absolutely. That
is he saying with those loans you don't feel it? Is that
obviously young people, and I think part of the reason why people are postponing maturity, the reason why they're postponing home ownership, the reason why they're postponing having kids,
is because everybody's broke. Jennifer said the system needs to be revamped and updated. If they aren't going to give us something to work with, then teach them how to survive with life skills. You're asking too much, all right? You're telling me that you want the Department of Education to do education?
How dare you?
What kind of American are you?
is because they're saddled with debt necessary in order to establish their lives. So it's having these negative effects where effectively the young, industrious, virile group of America are being predated upon with debt, and then they're having to fight their ways out of it. And it takes them a decade and a half to be able to afford a home or afford kids. And even now, because of COVID and the inflation related with COVID, now they can't even afford that. So they're just kind of resigning themselves to be fucked. Now, but that being said,
and then this is more so the millennial mindset about this. Go back to what we were watching, the TikToks we were watching earlier about these kids just fucking, they don't care. Because as hopeless as it seems being a millennial, like, all right, we got a shit fucking hand, but like we could play. It seems like the Zoomers are on their last hand of chips, and they got 2-7 not suited. I don't blame them for being so apathetic. Yep. Yeah, definitely don't learn common sense in a school. Love Rice Krispies. Kids are just free to have. I mean, to an extent. And then if you don't spend the money, they die. So technically, yeah, true. Too much common sense. Hey, that's what we're doing here. Here to resurrect the second coming of common sense.
Said, like, from my perspective, what I'm trying to get across to you is the fact that there's a problem that the student loans were created for.
There's a problem the student loans were created. Okay, that was a weird sentence. That's a weird sentence. You mean the student loans were created for a reason? That's a weird sentence. There's a problem that the student loans are created for. Student loans are for a reason. Yeah.
Are smart people who do not have the ability to get a loan from a bank for their education because they do not have collateral. They have nothing to give the bank. And so what the federal student loan program does is it makes sure that a kid who has nothing to give is able to get a higher education and compete at the upper echelons of society.
And so then the question must be, if you have nothing to give, should getting higher education be something that you want to do? And you're here complaining that, us millennials, us poor millennials, they just told us if we don't go to college that we're horrible, we're going to be dead forever, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And now here you are, making the same fucking argument. Okay, boomer. Yeah, right? They're free till they get hungry. Yeah, so he's saying there's a reason student loans were invented. But the way he said it is, there's a problem student loans were created to fix or something like that. He's just saying there's a reason, and the reason is that the people who couldn't give collateral to get a legitimate loan, now the federal government will give them that loan. But the problem is that a bank from a loan could be discharged. Is that the word you would use? Through bankruptcy. Not the student loans. So it's not that you have nothing to give. It is your fucking soul that you give.
That's what the student loan program does. Now, what you're saying is so many people have taken advantage of the system that it's increased costs astronomically.
And when you say, wait. When you say so many people have taken advantage of the system, there's two different ways. I don't like the way this guy speaks. I don't like, that's two sentences, maybe not in a row, but within 30 seconds. I'm like, why did you say it like that? So let's go, wait. Let me actually hear it.
Loan program does. Now, what you're saying is so many people have taken advantage of the system.
Okay, so taking advantage of the system can mean here's something that we're offering, so I'm going to legitimately take advantage of that. Versus, so many people have seen these are the rules, so they're taking advantage and creating whatever. And so that could be either a lot of millennials and younger Gen X are getting these loans and taking advantage of the fact that they can get this money while they couldn't otherwise get this money. Or it could mean that the colleges are taking advantage of the students themselves because they know that the government is going to give them the money. It's not their problem. So maybe he'll explain, but I doubt it. They just want to pay for non-citizens. Yeah, that seems to be at the top of the list these days, right? And half your life to education, too much. Unless you love it, like Neo said, unless you love it, then hey, go for it. But if not, maybe don't. So let's see what he means by so many people have taken advantage of the system. Does he mean so many people were able to get loans and get that higher education? Or does he mean so many colleges? You good, bro? Does he mean so many colleges has raised the price so much that they're taking advantage of the system? What is it that you mean by that?
That it's increased costs astronomically, And the amount of people who are receiving what they were promised from this opportunity has decreased to the point that a lot of people feel fucked. But what I'm saying, though, is if this is true, and I mean, I feel this way too, why is this not a self-correcting measure where we are going to see in the Zoomer generation a decrease in the demand for 4-year degrees and 2-year degrees?
Which we definitely see.
And we could see an increase in trades and entrepreneurship.
Which we do see. You see how he just fucking yaps? What is your fucking point?
And digital services and all that stuff.
Well, I think there is a wider push for that. You're seeing a wider push for trade schools. You're seeing more people and more groups advocating for them. I think it's something that if we actually gave a shit about promoting different alternatives and opportunities for people, it's something that you would think the government would promote more and make more people aware of as something to explore. It would make a lot more sense. Part of the reason for all that inflated demand is that not only are we giving those loans out, but we're essentially selling people this false impression that college is for everyone, and it's really not. One of my best friends went to law school, is only just now recently doing legal work. But in the 10 years he's graduated law school, most of it spent doing managerial work at another company. Because the reality is, and we were both originally from Massachusetts too, same as you. Massachusetts graduates way too many damn lawyers a year from way too many damn law schools. Unless you're in like the top 2% of your law class, the top firms in a state like that don't want to look at you. And then you want to go into private practice and try to hustle, forget it. You're gonna try to get into something reliable and just go try to make money as a divorce lawyer or some shit.
Plenty of divorce. Well, maybe not anymore because nobody's fucking getting married, but at least for the millennials, plenty of divorces coming over the next 10 years. Jammer said, how do these other countries have free healthcare and education with success? Why is it such a money racket here? It sucks and it's not fair for us. So I don't, we would have to talk about countries individually, but namely, the fact that we're not like the American education system is a global it's a global industry, for lack of a better term. Like people, all of those countries that you're talking about, they all send their people to America for education. Canada, people come down to America to pay for healthcare despite having their free healthcare. So, I mean, it could be a number of different things, but I mean, you essentially hit the nail on the head. Everything is a racket. Everything is, has untoward influences and incentives. And before Trump, everybody was just going along with it. Some people knew it was good, but they were called crazy. It wasn't until Trump really put this front and center that we're like, oh, wait, whoa, I knew it was bad, but like that? Because those who control our education system, Star of David, ring a bell? I did not bring any of that up. Just saying, but yeah, you're probably right.
The reason why I'm laughing a little bit, or I was smirking while you were talking about that, is because I know some successful lawyers, and they're basically working themselves to death, and then I know some non-successful lawyers who are bartenders, and there's a lot of bartenders with Juris Doctorates. But so I get what,
and then like you're just yapping.
You're saying I agree with it descriptively, but I think the market is correcting it. And then not just that, I don't think the problems that the DOE was designed to resolve, I don't think those things are resolved. Going back to what we were talking about earlier.
If they're not resolved, then why the fuck do we need the education system, the Department of Education? Because we would expect that after 40 years, they would have fixed whatever they needed to fix, or at least made some headway, such that abolition is not a reasonable debate. If there's rule of thumb, if there's ever a part of the government where the discussion of abolishing it is a rational discussion, it should be abolished. I'm sure there's exceptions. But if you can have a discussion about maybe we should abolish this, and it's not fucking insane, then, Jared said true, because the money is so good when you are from a less wealthy country, then they stay and work here too. Yep. Yep, guys. Don't forget, if you are not a member and you are watching, first of all, you should join. It starts at $3.99 a month. And that is at the very least 12 after parties. But even if you are not, you can still say your piece with a dodo.
To resolve. I don't think that those things are resolved. Going back to what we were talking about earlier, maybe it's a left-wing systemic issue, but when I look at my community, the black half of town is across the highway. Literally, you go across a highway and then it becomes 95% black communities. Even within my city, that's a smaller city of the bigger city, you can go across.
That's what they say. Actually, let's do a little look at that. So let's at least, should we pick a state? We'll pick New Jersey. Okay, so how much of the money that goes to the NJ Lotto actually goes to education? Let's just start there and see what we got. Did not send all the money to directly education. Most of the money goes to prizes, retail commission. NJ Lottery returned 30-35% to the state. One NJ Lottery fiscal report showed about $3 billion in ticket sales. Couldn't even hit the $1 billion out of the 3 to contribute it. All right. Around 32 cents of every dollar. Yeah, I understand how percents work. Which state has the worst ratio of income and money spent given back to the state? Which state has the worst ratio of income and money given back to the state? By worst ratio, you mean which state has the biggest share, a lot of money? Understand it? Yes, that is what I mean. West Virginia, South Dakota, Oregon, Rhode Island, and Delaware. If you are in those states, definitely do not play the lottery. Interesting. Yeah. West Virginia 17, South Dakota 20, Oregon 22. At least we in the 30s. North Carolina originally 35. Less than half. California legally sends comparatively large share to education, around 34%. And we all know how good California education is. So, not bad, not terrible, not great, but it's a poor tax. People who have money do not play the lottery. I mean, you might get a scratcher here, you might get a scratcher there. Yeah, good question, Jennifer. It's earmarked for education. Who's making sure? Probably Elon Omar. Shout out to Nick Shirley. I wouldn't be surprised, but just get. We're not using it to be like, okay, we know for sure, but just to get an idea. If you want to research it, go ahead and research it. But I'll take the 17 to 40% given, depending on the state.
City that's a smaller city of the bigger city. You can go across train tracks, and then it's literally a black community. And when you talk about the educational outcomes of the lily white, upper middle class, like I'm in a community where the rich people send their kids to the public school because there's so many rich people live in this tax bracket that they're able to subsidize all the after school programs and all the sports clubs that make it an elite school.
So what, dude? What is your argument? You're just fucking telling stories. Make an argument.
Whereas if you travel across the train tracks, they don't have a pot to piss in. And that's like the difference, in my opinion, is.
And so that's why we shouldn't abolish the Department of Education, because
kids who go to the high school that I went to when I was growing up with, and my kids who will go to the same high school, when they're done with school, they're going to go play soccer. They're going to go play basketball. They're going to go do crew or rowing or lacrosse or something like that. The kids in the neighborhood where they don't have a pot to piss in, they're going to walk across the street. They're going to get stoned with their friends. They're going to get into fights. And some of them are going to get killed. And like, I hate to be so like, transparent about that, but it's just true. Communities save lives. And so when you're talking about like slashing the DOE and half of their money.
So what if a crazy idea? What if there was a way to have these after-school programs without needing an entire fucking federal department? How much federal money do you think is going into after-school programs? None. No, right? You can't, like, Jesus Christ, bro. Just on and on and on and on. But how much money do you, well, let's ask. Let's see. How much of the money needed, let's say resources for after school programs come from the federal Department of Education. Go. What the fuck? What the fuck is happening? Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. There you go. Federal government is a significant source of funding for many after-school programs, but it's not the majority. Key point, U.S. DOE runs 21st Century Community Learning Center, Learning Center program, which is essentially the only major federal program dedicated specifically to after-school and summer learning programs. So the program, $1.3 billion annually, $1.4 million, but nationally, total after-school spending from all sources is much larger because funding comes from state governments, local school district, nonprofits, the YMCA and Boys and Girls Club, all of these things where we don't fucking need a federal department. Next. Today, Junior. I think I have that. I was gonna use that for actually I don't remember. Are they here? T8B. No, what? It was here somewhere. No, I can't find it. Today, Junior. Maybe it was on the other one. Today, Junior. Jennifer says, does anyone think I would have a career in stand-up comedy? Because I need a side hustle. It depends on what you look like. It depends on what you look like. I'm sorry to be, as he's saying, I'm sorry to be so transparent about that. But I mean, yeah, like, from this little thing, like, yeah, it seems like you could do all right. Women in comedy, it's about the looks. I think there's definitely exceptions to the rule. But I get a decent amount of stand-up clips on TikTok. And for a while, I wanted to demonstrate that, like, okay, the women aren't funny thing. Like, that's just like a thing, right? Like, these are comedians. These are professional comedians. Maybe 1 out of 10 to 15, maybe 20 videos of female comedians. I'm like, well, that was worth my time. Now, that doesn't mean there's not a bunch of male stand-ups that I'm like, well, that was fucking stupid. But the overwhelming majority. But if you look good, I'll fucking watch. So send me that DM and we'll get you started, girl.
Save lives. And so when you're talking about like slashing the DOE and half of their money goes to programs like that, I'm not seeing, I saved, I could probably do the math on how much money each individual taxpayer saved. We probably saved, PEPFAR was like $36 a year, 36 times.
Oh my God.
Let's just say 10. So each taxpayer might, if we totally gutted the program, we might have saved like $200 a year in taxes, $300 a year in taxes, but it's also a lot of dead kids. Or.
So you're telling me that the reason that the population is so high is because each person sacrifices that $200 and it saves lives. And not only that, but those $200 could not come from any other place than a federal department.
What? Stupid.
There you go. I usually order from this website that has the flavor that I like, because once they change it. Yep. Well, they are very good. Hold on. Save all the shit that doesn't work. They are very good with their customer service. This is the third time, because sometimes like a thing will burn out early. It'll be like, even if it's that much, like that should be still hitting. And so if it doesn't, I save it. And some of them, much earlier. And then I had 3 different pods where the magnets fell out, and so I had to use like a thing to shove it into the charger. And so I just called them and I'm like, yo, I have 25 different pods that either never worked, stopped working, or burnt out early. And I have 3 different battery units. I'm like, all right, send them in and we'll give you $500. I'm like, shit, that doesn't add up. I think that's more like $250, but hey, I will take it. So yeah, if anything from Views doesn't work, they are good with refunds and customer service and shit. Yeah, bro. The thing is, you have to save them, because they have like the little number that's not going to show up. You know what I mean? There's the little number there, and then same thing on the bottom of the thing. And so if you say DX5724 whatever, and then they send you a UPS thing that has a little bag, and they're like, send us the pods and send us the batteries, and we will refund you. So pretty cool.
Haram.
Yeah, bro. You like to gape?
Haram.
Hey, there you go. Money in your pocket.
Poor kids with fucked up lives.
Well, in this case, the way you're describing
Almost
the
joke.
communities around you, it doesn't sound like you're not mentioning that they're making any kind of marked improvements over the years that you've seen. So it sounds more like this is something that has been an existent problem with these schools and has been an existing problem for a long time.
But she's funny. It doesn't matter how she looks; she'll sell out shows. So, like, again, I mean, I actually think Ellen used to be funny. I remember before she was Ellen, like, I think she maybe had her TV show. There was a comedy special that came out on HBO one day. And I was like, I like comedy. I'm not old enough to be sexist. So I watched it, and I thought it was great. Who's that other one? I mean, obviously Roseanne is fucking hilarious. Miss Pat. Madrigal? No. No, we got to take the side quest. Female comedians. Give me a list. Ali Wong is all right. So Ali Wong is all right. Taylor Tomlinson's cute. Michelle Wolf has an annoying voice. Maria Bamford is funny. Tig Notaro, nope. Sarah Silverman used to be funny. Nikki Glazer, on the edge, but she's hot enough. Fortune Feimster, I'll give her the pass. I don't know who that is. Miss Pat for the win. Baker. Yeah, I mean the OGs. I don't know if I would put Melissa McCarthy in there, but Tina Fey is a legit. No. And then Eliza Schlesinger. She just goes by. I found this bitch so fucking early. And I fell the fuck in love. Let's see if there... she used to do a show called The Weekly News, but it was WEAK. Like, week. Like, I'm weak. Let's see if it's still around. No. Come on. Yo! So when is this from? Let's see when this is from. 15 years ago. This is from 2011, bro.
Because you wore this out like at parties with people that you work with.
People that work, but I had pantyhose on, and you can do anything in pantyhose. I just put my jacket back on, so I look professional. Alexis, what did you go as for Halloween?
I went as Laura Croft. If you want
Oh, I forgot about that. Holy shit.
to see pictures, you can go to my Facebook page. They're freaking awesome.
Or you went as?
Or I also went as a birthday.
To humanity.
Okay, I think I look like the Joker with that lipstick. It's like kind
All
of
right,
frightening.
let's see. Just her talking. Just her talking. Because she looked good. But just her talking. Let's see. Are we at no? Okay, so we'll do 1.2 like we usually do. We'll give her the 1. Actually, we'll do 1.1. She usually speaks pretty quickly. I'm just curious. I have no idea what this is going to be. Other than the video is post Halloween. Let's give it 3 minutes and give me a yes or a no. Yes or no.
No, she's a regular clothing line, but she's a giant, so I named it. There was a joke
Folks,
there.
this was gonna be my costume the second night of Halloween. I spent like $30 on this mask, and then I was like, oh, I gotta wear a mask all night, and I already had the wig from my awesome Audrina Patras thing.
I'm too hot for that.
Stupid. It's not as ugly as I thought it would be. My initial thought was I'll wear a giant T-Rex head and go as Tyra Banks.
The Halloween episodes on the stream.tv were last week.
I was busy. I'm very tired. Oh my God, Blanche. And now we have a rug. Don't cut to it. She's obviously not there. Let's get to the hard-hitting facts that hold you after. Dateline! Voting. Today was a big day in voting. Today we picked the new president of America.
That's not true.
I don't know what we were voting for, but it was like a big thing. Everyone was
the
voting.
governor, right?
Who?
Isn't that who we were voting for? Was the governor?
I don't know. I certainly didn't vote. Can you vote for?
Dateline. We don't vote.
You don't do Dateline.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm already in love with a fucking hot, cute girl that throws her hood on. Like, I don't know. I'm just... But I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, women can do it. But the average just is not. I look like my thumb. Yeah, but do you understand how small it is? Like, literally? Okay, literally? It is barely bigger than my thumb. It is barely bigger than my thumb, and it looks filtered to fuck. So I have no clue. I know that you have... I think you have blonde hair. Looks like it might be a dye job. I don't know. Ellen sucks. Yeah. Well, Ellen sucks now, but I'm saying the special that I watched before she like blew up, it was fun. I mean, it wasn't the greatest special I ever fucking saw, but I really enjoyed it. 9, pretty good. Because I get the lowest amount of nicotine, and they only sell those in the 2-pack, not the 4-pack. So it's like $5. It's like $5-ish a pod. And a pod will last me a day and a half to 2 days. I mean, yeah, like exactly. We can't zoom in. I mean, you look all right. That's what I'm trying to get them pictures, trying to slide in my DMs, but like, you know, yeah. Oh, she got like now she like. Let's see what she's looking like now. Didn't I have that open? I thought I had that open. And I mean, she still looks fucking good, but I just want to see her shape. Let's do that. Cause like she got some nice titties, but she's not like stack like they're solid. No, she married a blue jay. I mean, oh, and my hips. Oh my god. There we boom. So like, she would make jokes about how she has deer haunches. That's a legit pog. That's how you know they're real. I ain't mad at that. I'm just saying. I ain't mad at that.
The best thing.
All right, what are we doing? We were talking about fucking politics, right? Hey, we in the after party, girl. We do what we do. Sorry. Hey. I'm a man, all right? Me like what look good. All right, what are we doing here?
Problem with these schools and has been an existing problem for a long time. And it's something that under the Department of Education, nothing they're doing, nothing they're giving out is improving the problem year over year by any noticeable metric that you've expressed.
$10 a pod? God damn. All right. Check out. Okay. All right. I'm not gonna say it. It's gonna show up on the screen anyway. But just because I don't like hawking other brands. But check this out, Neo. This may help you. I know they have restrictions on some states, but I'm gonna put something in the chat for you.
Problem year over year by any noticeable metric that you've expressed. So at this point, at that point, what are they supposed to do with that?
Well, yeah, and this is where I don't agree. So
that sounds like those are issues that should be handled locally, and means that it might be something where the reality is you've got to get the enough people have to give a shit to get the attention of the school board or petition people higher up in the chain in the state. Like some of these problems on the local level, you got to solve them by becoming a dedicated pain in the ass to the system.
Yeah,
that's just how some shit gets done.
This is like a generational thing. That's not going to happen.
Yeah,
and
so it's
no menthol. I used to like them because here's the other thing. In Jersey, you can only get the tobacco flavors. Also on that website, you can only get the tobacco flavors. So I like the red one. That's the classic tobacco. They have the golden tobacco, and they have menthol. No menthol. What are you?
Sounds like apathy there would also be a problem.
Well, but this is what I want to point out. So I mentioned that I worked for a charter school, luckily a good charter school, not a fly-by-night one. And then my mom worked for a magnet school, which Florida has magnets, which
nobody
I don't
cares.
think it was a charter, but
Make an argument.
But the whole point is that like it was a public-funded school, the one that my mom worked at. It was in the rough side of town, but they had uniforms, they had strict discipline codes, they had academic requirements in order to stay in the school. They had teachers who were recruited specifically in order to go to this better school, all that kind of stuff. And what happened is, this is where I get frustrated with conservatives and libertarians who just want to slash the public education system and then walk away.
Who's saying that? Slash the education system and then just stop teaching children. That's what we call a straw man, because nobody is really interesting. If you know, I mean, you don't have to share, but what are at least what state or what area is this? Oh, you said Chicago, right? Yeah. God damn. So wait, there ain't no Chicago black dudes smoking Newports?
Oh hell no.
There's no way that's real. Can you buy Newport cigarettes in Chicago? Aha! Was that a troll? If it was, that was a good troll. But ain't no way that fucking you can't get Newports in Chicago. I'm sorry.
Is there are families that exist now because of the work
yapper
that was
Just
done
yapping.
at school. Because people cared, people stayed after school, people tutored, people mentored, and they were given the grant dollars to do so.
And then
so there are kids who were raised in rough neighborhoods, rough situations. They had the right mentors at the right time.
Fucking Beetlejuice. Fucking Beetlejuice. I wonder why. That's so it's just the vape. So I wonder why. That's probably why. Somebody from Newport's like, hey, yo, like, we could do menthol, but can you get rid of those views things? That'll make us a lot richer, and we'll cut you a piece. Now, it all makes sense. The super mayor getting them Newports.
They put off having kids. They pursued academics. They pursued high-paying jobs. And then some of those kids fell off and some of those kids succeeded. And so it's spit in the ocean. It's really small. And if you look at the amount of
I don't even remember what is small. What are we talking about?
Saved, it might be a handful, right? But those handfuls of kids who have broken like the generational cycle of poverty and violence and criminality, they contribute to new families that have broken the cycle of criminality, violence, and poverty.
And therefore, we shouldn't abolish the Department of Education? Hey, shout out to Jennifer. Thank you. So very, very much for the big 5. And of course, a treat for the Overlord. Thank you. Said love your channel and all the love I get here too. I love you guys. I don't get it how other streamers will just like I hear, like with this, like they're doing a thing. So I get it. And this is, when I'm doing a big, but like, if you're just a streamer where you're just doing your own thing, you're doing a reaction, you're just talking, and you're ignoring, I don't get why people stick around. Like nobody is that, I mean, very few people are that entertaining. There's definitely people who are entertaining enough at this size of a channel where you have the ability to interact with the chat and you just don't. I don't know. That's wild to me. So I love the love that I get from here. So dilly dilly to you. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the after party. Very, very, very much appreciated. Let's let the party rage on.
Families that have broken the cycle of criminality, violence, and poverty. And so that's where, for me, it's like, I understand the resentment. I understand the inefficiency. I understand the hatred. It's like, why can't these communities just fix themselves? But if you give them a ladder out, oftentimes people will start climbing that ladder.
And what exactly do you mean by a ladder? Do you mean giving them money? Or do you mean giving them skills, like a trade?
But if you can do that with one charter school, other charter schools can do that as well. Other charter schools can be just as capable. Like, we would agree that some charter schools can be very poorly run, and that's a risky take, that you're going to have some hits, some misses along with the schools that are hits. But within those systems, you can come up with different models of how the schools run, how the administrations run, how the curriculum is done, and you can study those models. You don't need a federal Department of Education for
there
people
you
to do
go.
that.
There you go. Y'all fucking hit each other up. You grow the tobacco, and Neil can turn it into vape somehow. I don't know. There. Hey, thank you, brother. Very much appreciate that. If you look up Chewbacca and Kim Fox, they look identical. Kim Fox. Who's Kim Fox? It can't be that close because it's not Chewbacca. Okay, so it's not that close because it's not right here. I mean, Yikes. Yikes. We're just gonna move on and continue.
Again, where I don't agree. So as an example, like something that's come out in the past 10, 20 years, and I think that you could probably, we're almost the same age, you probably experienced this as well, is that there were creative teachers in my school system at the time that I went through school, and they were excellent. And then there were teachers who taught just the curriculum, just the textbook in the most dry way possible. And one of the things that has come out in the education field within the past 10, 20 years is that one of the least effective ways to get somebody to retain something is through the lecture format.
You mean the exact way that you've been operating this fucking debate, bro? Jesus Christ, make a point. Make your argument. And so when Tyler, average debate enjoyer, was here earlier and said coward points only takes the low-hanging fruit, makes sense. Like, I mean, no shade to Wicked Wally, but yo, nail him down to something. You're just letting him yap and yap and yap and yap. Nail him down. Okay, and that means what? Okay, so you're bringing that up for what reason? How does that connect to what I said? And da-da-da-da-da-da-da. This isn't really a debate as much as it's a conversation. And conversation is not bad. But on a debate platform, you might want to debate.
Okay. The lecture format where somebody just stands there and regurgitates information at you for an hour is one of the least effective ways to communicate information. If you want to communicate information effectively, you have to have like visual media, interspersed interaction with said media, like probing questions in order to make sure people are.
I'm so mad. I'm so mad that just for this part, I wish that we had gone to the original stream because this is the repost. So this just, it has everything. It doesn't have the chat. I would love to see everybody in the chat making the exact same fucking observation that lecturing people is the worst way to go. As you talking nonstop without making a fucking point.
With said media, like probing questions in order to make sure people are engaged, and you need to encourage note-taking. Now, that seems obvious to us now because we've probably been through the meat grinder that was the education system, but that's the kind of standard that needed to be researched.
No, homeschooling is the fucking antidote. And I don't know what happened, but I want to say almost like 10 years ago now, there was a lot of talk about teaching pods. Because, like, it's not feasible for most people to homeschool their own children. But it is feasible to find a network of people that live in, your general region and be like, hey, I would like to start a pod where we all share the cost of hiring a teacher every day. Either we rent out a space and we hire the teacher, or we take turns and, Mondays at this person's house, Tuesday at that person, bigger the group, the less each family has to do. And take this shit out of the hands of the federal fucking government. So, no, unless you are the government, then homeschooling is not wrong at all. In my humble opinion.
Promoted as the most effective and then enforced. And so if we don't have that enforcement, then what I'm afraid of is that it's going to be a race to the bottom where our education system is basically going to be like, well,
where it is now, where high schoolers can't fucking read. We have one more that I didn't show you. God damn it.
Read that in this one.
The deputy had a permutation.
So this one is, the deity had a premonition of the impending cataclysmic event. The deity had a premonition of the impending cataclysmic event.
Read that in this one.
The deputy had a permutation of the The deputy had a premotation
Deputy. The deputy.
of the impotent and catastrophic event.
What does that mean?
Deputy painted a picture of the catastrophic event.
He painted a picture?
What?
How do you get picture? So, okay, I can see how deity becomes deputy. Had a picture?
What?
And yet again, guys, we're doing this not to make fun of children, to highlight issues in the education system. If you want to laugh at kids on your own, that's your business. I'm just saying.
Before it even happened.
The deity had a premonition of the impending cataclysmic event.
Oh, all right, all right. Yet again, we have someone who can fucking read the words. Can they articulate what that means?
Big event. It was like
Okay, big event, yes.
astronomically bad. That's what it means.
The deity had
Half credit, because you kind of skipped over the whole deity thing. You don't have to tell me what that means. Not you have to tell me what that means in the sense that I don't know, but I need to test that you know what that means. Why do they all have this fucking broccoli hairstyle? Like their hairline. It's so weird. It's so weird. It's such a Zoomer thing. Like the same way we had the swoop, they have the broccoli head. It's so weird. It looks so bad to me, but I guess that means I'm old.
That's what it means.
The deity had a promotion of the impending cataclysmic event.
So again, not the worst we've seen. He's trying. And he kind of got through it, but there's no way he's going to be able to tell us what that means.
What does that mean?
The deity has to be like a group of people. Promotion
The deity has to be a group of people.
is getting up to something, right? Do they even say that? Don't even say promotion. Premonition? Bro, give me that card.
The deity.
Give me what? What did he say?
Premonition? Bro, give me that card.
The deity
Give me that.
had a premonition of the impending cataclysmic event.
All right, now what does it mean?
Ooh, all right. She could read it. Does she know what the fuck she just said?
It means what it says.
Does it though? Maybe impending, for all you know, means lie. I don't know why that fucking triggered me. Fucking. All right, she's a child. She's a child. She's a
It
child.
means what it says.
All right, paraphrasing.
Yeah, right? Oh, all your fucking attitude.
Deity had a premonition of the impending cataclysmic event.
What does that mean?
The deity, right?
Okay, all right. Whoa. So the deity, right?
It's obviously some type of angel or whatever. Premonition is a
half credit.
Vision. And pending is like pending, I think. Like, so you had a little vision of a great disaster.
Hey, I'll take it. I'll fucking take it. 6 parts. And we got 2 people who know how the fuck to read.
Read the ending skirt.
The ambiguous ending was the... Oh, we saw this one.
Read the ending skirt.
The chauffeur. What is this one? I can't see. The chauffeur could not articulate this anomaly to his confidant. Put a number. How many people do you think are going to be able to read? How many people do you think are going to be able to read it? I think it's like 4 or 5 people per video. How many people are going to be able to read it? And how many of them are going to be able to articulate this anomaly? 2 different numbers. Let it rip.
Bird could not articulate this anomaly to his Confident?
Are you sure? What does that mean?
I don't know what it means. The chauffeur could not couldn't specify. I don't know the end. I don't know the rest.
Chauffeur
Okay, half credit. Half credit.
could not articulate this anomaly to his confidence.
Oh, that's fair. Confidant and confident, close enough. Fair enough. If you can put that together, I'll give you that.
What does that mean? I don't fucking know.
The students are cooked.
The chauffeur could not articulate this anomaly to his confidant.
What does that mean?
Okay, again, fair enough. Fair enough. If you can tell me what that sentence means, then saying confidant over confidant, I'll take it.
Like he couldn't really explain. He couldn't explain what was happening to the person he's driving around.
Oh, the shirt.
No. I would honestly, I think with the majority of these kids, I think if you broke it down word by word, you're like, okay, what does chauffeur mean? Like, I don't know, like a limo, some shit like that. Like, okay. Is it the person that is driving the limo? Or is it the person that's riding in the back of the limo? Like, if you walk them through it, this is what we were saying. Like, these kids are not retarded. They're untrained. I made the comparison, as a dog trainer, I made the comparison that dogs are going to do natural dog shit. If you want them to do things that aren't natural, like sit there and not bark and not scratch and not constantly, you need to train them. Children are the same way. And so when you see an unruly dog, you don't get mad at the dog being a dog. You get mad at the person who is supposed to train that dog.
Could not articulate this anomaly to his confidant.
Half credit.
The chauffeur, the driver could not describe what was going on to his friend.
I'll give that. That's number 3. 5 parts. 3 people able to read one sentence off an index card in high school.
The chauffeur could not articulate this anomaly to his confidant.
What does that mean?
I don't know, but I could read it.
Read the index card.
Did you though? What else did I have up here? Anything else?
This is sad. It's extremely excessive.
Detrimental effect.
I forget. I don't fully remember what this is. Let's check out what we got here. Move the fucking thing.
I'm gonna just come up here and talk about it because nobody wants to answer the phone for me. But I'm sitting in the car crying because.
Oh. I remember this. I want you to watch this within the intellectual context of the rest of this stream. This isn't, hey, now we're done. Check out This falls within the context of the stream. We just saw a bunch of high schoolers not able to read a sentence, and now we move up a little bit to the younger Gen Z.
I'm just trying to be an adult and be fucking responsible. First of all, I hate doing laundry. I hate it. I hate this is the most worst adult responsibility I've ever came in contact with. I'm trying to do the laundry. I don't know how to do laundry. I'm trying to be responsible. I'm doing the laundry. My load was $8. So I'm pouring the detergent. I asked the lady, I said, where do I put the detergent at? Because I don't know how to do laundry. So she's like, oh, okay, pour it in the.
What are you recording on right now? A calculator? A 3-hole punch? Oh no, a fucking smartphone that on the app that you are posting will have instruct. Let's fucking search it. Let's fucking search How to do laundry. This is going to fuck up my algorithm, but hopefully they understand that it is just...
Hello everyone, my name is Naomi Hayes. I make no shame how-to videos, and today we're doing laundry. Probably one of my most requested how-to videos, and lucky for you, I need to wash my clothes anyway. So the first step to doing laundry is optional, I like to say, because some people like to separate their clothes. You separate your clothes from whites, darks, and colors. Your whites are obviously...
I'm going to assume that none of you actually need the tutorial, so speed it up just to show.
Gonna be your white clothes, your darks, dark clothes, stuff like that. Your colors are gonna look a lot like this and stuff like that. Me personally, I don't separate my clothes. I don't have enough white clothes to have a separate load of them.
I have never once separated whites from colors. Just letting you know. Never once. Now, I don't have a lot of white clothes, but I do have some. Never had an issue. Never once separated colors and whites.
And also, like, why are you wanting to separate like whites and darks? Like, what's up with that? We're just doing our clothes. So once you have your clothes separated, you can go ahead and toss them in the washing machine. One thing you want to do before you toss your pants or anything like that, check your pockets, make sure there's no money in there.
So, point being, the very fucking first video that I searched on the platform that she is currently on. And instead, she's like, nah, let me make a video crying instead of figuring this the fuck out.
So I poured it in there. So as I'm looking at the washing machine, I don't see no bubbles. I'm just seeing water. So then I asked a different lady. I'm like, hey, like, is this right? Because it's not making no bubbles. The lady go come up to me. She told me something. Yeah, it's not making no bubbles because that's softener. Stupid. Well, what the f is softener? Like, I don't fucking know. Like, so I went, my stupid ass bought fucking.
At least she knows she's stupid. At least she knows she's stupid.
Fucking fabric softener and not fucking detergent. And I'm irritated because these are things that I should motherfucking know how to do, right? But I fucking don't.
So learn them. And that is the point of this video. In the same way we talk about how liberals, first order thinking, they see the problem and, oh, that's bad, and blah, 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 blah. That's how they come. These children, of course you do. Of course you do. Suicidal empathy. Maybe we should have shame for this dumb bitch who didn't think enough to learn how to learn a thing where I guarantee you she Googled where to get this fucking nasty ass tattoo. That's fucking blown the fuck out. I guarantee you she Googled it before she went in there.
No, because like, I don't want to say my mama didn't teach me shit, but my mama ain't teach me shit. And it be having me crashing the fuck out because it be the simplest shit that I cannot do.
So just, did it say it at the thing? No, so it's not about the laundry. It's not about the laundry. It's about the fact that you don't know how to do anything for yourself. Your mother, clearly, alone, failed you. But guess what? Guess what? Plenty of millennials whose parents didn't teach them shit. Plenty more Gen X whose parents didn't teach them shit. And ask a boomer about how you're feeling. The rest of us learned how to learn. Probably no one. I mean, realistically, I would not be surprised if she was legitimately just buying dollar store clothes and throwing them away. I wouldn't be surprised. She would probably think that, like, oh, I'm saving money. $3 for a t-shirt. Until there is a thin fucking line between where blame goes. If you're old enough to be out on your own, then you're old enough for this smoke.
But that shit be stressing me out. Like, why is it that I'm 21 years old and don't know the difference
21.
between fucking detergent, fabric softener, fucking whatever the fuck goes in laundry?
Because you never Googled it. You can do it right now. You can have a video where it's like, and then it switches, I just Googled it, it's so sad. That would have been a funny video. That probably would have gone more viral than this. Apparently.
Like, I'm fucking mad. I'm so fucking mad and embarrassed. Like, I'm embarrassed as fuck. The lady looking at me crazy as fuck, and I'm borderline ready to fucking choke myself out right now because
I laughed a little bit, but listen, I'm gonna start this video by saying this.
Oh, and here we go. Here's the fucking cope. You know, as a black woman, blah, 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 we don't really know about Google, right? That's what the Democrats told us. Let's see the cope.
Better.
Let's see the cope.
It gets better. I'm gonna give you my story, okay? I didn't learn how to do household things. My mom didn't teach me how to do these things. When I went off to college and I needed to go to the grocery store, I went to the grocery store and I cried. I'm talking about balls, real tears, just like you are, in the middle of the bread aisle because I didn't know which bread to buy. And the bread at home, when I bought it, it was 69 cents and it was $2. And so I will never forget, it was $1.99. Why is it $1.99? Because the bread at home is 69 cents. And I cried my little eyes out. And the first time I did laundry, I just finished telling you this. I bleached all my clothes. It gets better. It does. It gets better. I'm gonna hold your hand when I say this. You gotta read the label. It says fabric softener. Okay. So fabric softener is the softener.
Okay, at least we're not coping. At least we're not coping.
In your clothes, you need laundry detergent. It says detergent on there. That's the one that you need, and then you need the fabric softener to make your clothes soft. We find this comical because it's a full-fledged crash out. It is over something to most people. It seems very simple, something that you should know how to do. But what happens in situations like this, and you're left asking a question, and you left with people looking at you like you crazy, is it makes you feel like an idiot, and it makes you realize all the things that you weren't taught by the person who should have been teaching it to you. So this crash out is not about her not being able to do the laundry. The crash out is about feeling like you were failed. Because here I am at 21 years old in the laundromat, and I don't know how to do something as simple as purchase the right laundry detergent.
Well. If we didn't come full fucking circle. Not only are they being failed at the school level, they are being failed on a life level. Because unfortunately, even though education is this fucking corporate thing to turn everybody into NPCs, that's the way the world works. So you better figure out what's good, or you better ask somebody.
Yeah, fuck it. Nobody's around in order to look over our shoulder anymore. So
what is Uncle Fatty saying? Do we start a renovation with gas and a lighter? Sounds like a lefty.
Whatever works.
No, but when you're putting it in these kinds of terms, you're making it sound like, were it not for the existence of the Department of Education coming into be 45 years ago, education would have suddenly plummeted.
Do you not use fabric softener? Bro, use some fabric softener. It's legit.
Gotten worse, and we would be in a black hole we can't get our way out of at this point, when that really would have never been the case. Like, you don't need the Department of Education to get people to want to make education better and to find more effective teaching models and more effective curriculum structure and ways to operate the facility. States want to do that all the time. Officials at the local levels want to do that all the time. People are going to continue to do research and develop models and test them out. They're going to do them without a federal government, because even within one state, there's an incentive there to.
Oh God! Oh my God! I thought we got rid of her. Just kidding. Welcome back to the party. We rage on.
It's better for just the people within that state.
But then the concern comes from how far liberty, freedom is scary. So how much freedom are we going to give the states?
Scary.
And what I mean by
everything.
that is
More freedom. More freedom.
This Texas, Louisiana, and Arkansas have all passed 10 commandment laws in their state where they effectively say, fuck the separation of church and state. That's cringe bullshit. We're a Christian nation. We're putting the 10 commandments up in the classroom. So
yeah, again, that in the same way that the Charlie Kirk thing is just like, maybe that's not worth time getting upset over and arguing over. The 10 Commandments as a non-believer is another one of those things that's like, I want this to be straight. There you go. What the fuck was I just saying? Christian? Oh yeah, I think it helps me out. Do I want to? How long is this? I forget what it was. What the fuck was I talking about? Hold on, give me a second here. It was about somebody who was a fake Christian. What was I fucking watching? Oh, it was this whole thing. Okay, yeah. All right, never mind. But I did post that John Doyle thing. It's Russell Brand on the thumbnail. Interesting watch. But I do think that the watering down of Christianity is a benefit to my goals. So put up all the 10 commandments you want.
Principally, I don't really care. Like, the 10 commandments are good rules. It's not, it's no skin off of my ass.
Yeah, and principally, I don't care either, because anyone who does have a beef can still try to challenge the lawsuit if they feel that's unconstitutional. People aren't going to lose the ability to do that.
Well, the other thing that I'm worried about then is they're going to say, oh, okay, well, you can put up religious stuff, so we're going to have to put up all religious stuff, and then we're going to have Hindu, Buddhist, Jewish, and satanic, messaging in all the schools, and then the schools just become a proxy for religious warfare. But ignoring all that stuff. The question that I asked earlier, which I do kind of want an answer on.
All right, guys, if this is the last donor, that is totally cool, but that means we will head to the end of the timer, and then I'm going to bed.
In the early 20th century, when we did not have codified federal level standards, we did teach some crazy shit. And some of that crazy shit was in reference to evolution. And some of that crazy shit was in reference to the Civil War of the United States in 1863 or 5, right? So I guess my question is, let's say that Alabama comes back and they're like, actually, it is the war of states' rights. It is, we are a sovereign state that is capable of breaking away from the Union. And we don't have the power to do so. But, the South should rise again on principle. Like, we still like black people now, but, we should still have the right to rebel. Like, if it goes that far.
Rebel against what? Because you do have the right to rebel. What is it? What is the South? What exactly do you mean? Because you're the one who would argue that fundamentally, and if I remember, I think he's explicitly saying it here. But he would say that the Civil War was not about civil rights; that it was about slavery, wrapped in states' rights. I say civil rights, states' rights. So if that were to come back, what are you even asking? The right to rebel. Well, it depends on what you mean by rebel. What a weird question. This guy the way he talks is weird.
But, the South should rise again.
For what?
Principle. Like, we still like black people now.
Okay, great.
Now, but, we should still have the right to rebel.
Against what?
Like, if it goes that far, then are you just going to go, oh, well.
And see, this is where Wally is kind of falling short, man. Like, you're representing your own position, and I agree enough with your position that it doesn't seem like he's trouncing you, but you're just laying back. You're just laying. You have to, and you're on the affirmative. You should be making such a strong case that we must abolish the Department of Education because of this, that, and that. And it is his job to knock down all those things and show every reason that you showed to abolish the Department of Education is wrong. But even if there's one reason that he can't knock down, technically, you could win the debate. But you're not offering anything. Let's check. Are you alive? Yeah? Are you hungry? I know. He's alive!
It's local, so, it's cringe, but I guess they can do it.
You can bring up all the, about all this, looking back in time shit with education that you want. The fact of the matter is 100 years ago, widespread literacy wasn't common either. So, of course, education standards back then would have been different from what they are today or from what they were 50 years ago.
Yeah, if things were different, then they would be different. And if they were the same, then guess what? They'd be the same. Debate over.
So that really means a whole lot of nothing. The fact that different states have had different passages on the Civil War I don't really see any big issue there, because all you're illustrating is that based off of geographical location, people can have very different recollections and perspectives on the history their land went through. And in fact, I think the people in Bosnia and Serbia would agree with you.
Yeah, but that's I love that you brought up Bosnia and Serbia, because I would say that is that's actually illustrative of my point as well. So when it comes to the former Yugoslavia, the Serbs are still quite proud.
Okay, there is somebody there. I knew there was. It's so weird. She sneezed, and he didn't even. Weird.
Sorry, that was my base Bosnian saying hello.
Oh, okay. Is she a wait? She or he?
She, my fiance.
Okay. Sorry. Is she Bosniak Muslim? Is she Croat? What is she?
Everything.
Oh, let me use that and run down the time, because I was going to make a point that maybe could be knocked down, but
for everything.
Now we'll just talk about
Bosniak
this.
Muslim, part Serbian Orthodox.
Oh, you're just a mess then, aren't you? Yeah. So, all right. Well, nice to meet you. Pleasure to meet you.
Me too.
Okay.
Okay, so back to the Civil War and
no, I wanted to use the Serbs as an analogy. So if you look at the former Yugoslavia, those of you who don't know, it's in Eastern Europe. They had the Bosniak Muslims, they had the Croatians, and they had the Serbs. And so effectively, the argument, at least from a Western perspective, is that the Serbs wanted to hold on to power. The Croats wanted to break away. When the Croats broke away, they started fighting, and then the Bosniaks just got massacred because they were nowhere near as militarily competent as either the Croats or the Serbs.
And that means we should abolish the DOE because
that's effectively the outside argument. I was waiting for her to interrupt. But anyways,
you want to have a debate about the Balkans with her, we can all figure that out later.
Okay. But when
actually, I was supposed to have a debate about NATO, but that person's in rehab, so maybe we can take this up.
Yeah, let's do NATO sometime in the next couple of weeks.
Wait, what debater in this world? Anybody know who that could be?
So all right. So analogizing that to the 19th century United States, though, my problem is that there was a concerted sanitization effort in the late 19th, early 20th century to eliminate the stain of slavery from the narrative of the Civil War and talk more about state sovereignty and how it was violated by the federal government.
Oh yeah, well, the South have the right to rebel. Remember that? I almost forgot.
And therefore, it was the Union who started the war. And the reason why that could even be descriptively true. It could be descriptively true that the Union set the conditions with which the war started off. However, I think what's undeniable historically is if you look at the letters and documents of the Confederates themselves at the time, their political alarm was the fact that Western states were going to be prohibited from having chattel slavery. As a result, they would eventually be voted into having to abolish slavery. And then they were also basically off of the understanding of sovereignty. They thought that they could just abdicate from the Union at any point, which I think legalistically they could.
And so, Jennifer, this is exactly why I'm so down with putting the shove Christianity in people's face as much as we can. Because right now, it's easy. It's easy to be a Christian. Now, some of you who are more legit might take issue with that. But this is self-ID. And so the more we can, the wider that the net of a Christian is, the weaker that title is. The weaker that title is, the more legitimate somebody who's not a Christian can speak to politics and morality. And I am right about a lot of things that the church is wrong about in terms of society and I am right. So we can our own church. I'm here for it.
But they thought that they could just abdicate from the Union at any point, which I think legalistically they could. But that sanitization.
Different groups have different perspectives and different agendas in those conflicts. So of course, like the history,
but they're not equally factually true.
But they're going to get it. But they're going to be given a version that's informed by a lot of those different local perspectives from where they are from.
Right, but what would you
like? I mean, what if
I have to assume you're libertarian at this point? I have to assume you're libertarian.
What if the Union said we're going to abolish slavery and liquor? Well, the Southern Booze Hound League may not care about slavery, but they care a lot about drinking. So
I said shit. Me too.
Probably going to go take up against the Union for their own reasons.
Okay, but
and so that's why, like, good on Wally. But that's why I'm like, rebel against what? If you're saying that the South is not fighting for slavery. They just want states' rights. They already have states' rights. To do what? No rebellion needed. You can just do it. Christian, even I know when enough is enough. Christianity today is a business, not a commitment.
Bingo.
Yep. And I really think you guys should check out the, here, I'll drop the link right meow. It is on my community tab. But I will put it right here. Save this to your watch later. And, I mean, I could cover it. I could. I try to stay away from more directly religious stuff as of late. I feel like I've been more effective as like a political guy who will insert my religious-esque ideas where it comes up, as opposed to, okay, let's watch a religious debate. Let's watch an atheist versus Andrew. That doesn't really seem to do much. That seems to entrench everybody. But John Doyle essentially did a whole show on how everything that I just said about watering down the church. The church is being watered down. And the more that happens, the more that people who don't actually follow Christ will be in the group. And so the distinction of, oh, they're a Christian is not going to mean anything anymore. Because you're going to have some Christians who are, you know, the Andrew Wilsons of the world. You're going to have some Christians who are the fucking Nala Rays of the world, going to their Skittles church with their women pastor and a rainbow flag. So, again, I say, spread. All the you need to fight the... I don't think you need to fight. Both are going to take center stage in the near future. Yep. And how do you think that's going to go?
I think we could probably statistically analyze that with contemporary historical evidence. And then I would also say in the 20th century, if we move it over to Germany, this would be like in, 1950 being like, that was like a lot of hullabaloo. We'll just let the Germans write their own history about World War II. And by the way, we let the Japanese do it. The Japanese did do this. And they have a whole...
Is he wearing a fucking one of those back massagers? I haven't seen him put it on. Look at the hand that he has raised. So on that shoulder. I think he has one of those, like, it goes around and like massages your back. He's just wearing it. What is this? The microphone is here, and that goes here.
We let the Japanese...
What is that? What is that?
The Japanese did do this. And they have a whole problem with Asia as a result of the Japanese pretending that what they did in World War II didn't happen.
I don't know if the contrast is enough for you to see, but I can clearly see there's something right around here, and that's not the microphone.
With the Koreans, they got beefs with the Chinese, they got beefs with everybody because they won't acknowledge what happened in World War II. So my whole point here is that this like libertarian perspective.
This is why I want to make sure is strong wording, but this is why I want to influence the breaking apart of the understanding of Christian equals on my team. Because that's a scary fucking world. That's a scary fucking country where anybody who says Christian is on the right side and anyone who says not is on the wrong side. Then you're going to get a lot of people who are just saying they're Christian because that's the thing to do. And a lot of people like me who are a lot more moral, a lot smarter, a lot better at, anything than those Christians. But people like me are going to be shifted aside. So, again, let's water down Christianity in America until that point hits. Then it'll solve itself. The real Christians will be real Christians, and those who aren't will be shown to be frauds.
They can have their opinion. It's not very functional. Sorry, what's that?
I said I agree. There are a lot of conflicting visions of World War II that have nothing to do with how the DOE spends its money. But
okay, but the point.
Oh yeah, the DOE. Why are we talking about the DOE?
It's funny that you bring up Germany though, because we do have Germany to thank for the kindergarten system being imported over here, and then we started taking kids out of the home sooner, so we could. And at that point, you know, if there was something around that time in the 50s that started what was eventually like eroding some of the importance of the nuclear family and was somewhat, I think, even causing a decline in education, was that we started expanding it beyond the standard system.
Let's go.
We got to get kids out of the home as soon as possible, and we got to start giving them the government education as soon as possible.
And conveniently, it also is the case that now, if you're a woman and you don't work, then you're not being a true boss babe. And so just incidentally, you do actually need to find something to do with your children. Just a coincidence, right? There's that right. That's why Jesus said, give unto Caesar what is his, and to God what is his. Gotta keep them separated.
Awesome.
Well, but that's my thing is government education to what historical perspective, what level of mathematics, what level of language arts competency, what level of literacy. Because for me, I do think that the state, just like any institution, is incredibly flawed and obviously can hurt people and fuck shit up. That's indisputable. But I also think that it can routinely be a tool for good. And so if you're saying like, oh, well, we're getting these kids out of the house earlier and this is part of what's contributing to.
I'm assuming that was the a reference to the offspring, right? Sally goes down to the bell. I used to know all the words to that one, but yeah, the kids are not all right. Oof. If I could play music here. Oh shit. All right. Well, just a pro tip: if you're not a member and you are watching, I forgot to turn off Twitch. So just saying. But also, I purposely don't turn off Rumble for the after party. So, that stuff is not going to be, it's not going to be in the chat down here, and I can't pull it up on screen. But you can still talk to me. I don't want to tell you guys because I want you to super chat. But you can go over to Rumble. And for now, I'm not going to fucking end it now. But just to let you know, secrets from the diary of a small Indian boy.
Good. And so if you're saying like, oh, well, we're getting these kids out of the house earlier and this is part of what's contributing to the downgrade of the, the American family.
Yes.
I agree with you. That's actually, we've probably gone too far on worrying ourselves about economic efficiency to the point that my counter argument exists, which is effectively that, well, the sooner you get the kids out of the house, the sooner parents can be economically productive.
So you get 3 days, pop the baby out, sew up your asshole, and get back to work. That's what life is all about. Jesus said that, right?
But that good is still true.
But it's clearly shown that, some, let's round off for the sake of time and say 70 plus some years that we've had, kindergarten added, and then we added pre-kindergarten. And yet it's just government provided daycare to get both parents in the workforce and not just get the kids out of the house, but get mom out of the house too, because mom can now spend less time with her kids and more time working. And we have 75 something years of showing that hasn't made the education system any better. If anything, it was going up and it started getting worse.
Sorry.
I know we're running out of time, but I do kind of want to.
Semperental chaos and for the goal. Oh wait, that's not us. Okay, cool.
I could Google the stats real quick, but we only got a few minutes left. I could agree that probably since 1970, for a whole host of factors, there's probably been a slight downturn in like educational achievement, educational quality, competency when it comes to like language, or competency when it comes to mathematics. I also know when it comes to some of these things, we're actually behind European and Asian competitors. Like we're actually, not the smartest country on the planet. However, I do think that our secondary education system is amazing. And I also think that if we compared it to like the late 19th, early 20th century, then we're probably like.
No, she's saying the thing that I just said. She said fucking 5 minutes ago. It was 12:35, and then so it was 2 minutes ago. Okay, there's a little bit of a fucking delay.
Years ahead of where we were, right? Like I mean, I could probably just Google what literacy was in the early 20th century, and even my parents, who are accountants, who have been working in the middle class almost the entirety of their lives, they didn't have to take calculus or algebra or any of those high-level math courses in high school, whereas every single gifted AP and IB student I knew was taking advanced mathematics in high school in order to prep for advanced mathematics in college. So I mean,
I took trigonometry. Holy shit! Trigonometry in 10th grade and never touched math ever again. That is why I have trouble adding the numbers there. But hey, can't do everything, right?
I think the game's changed completely.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised that depending on like course level or however they
do me. Oh, I thought it said do me. Never mind.
Divvied up people's academic levels when your parents were in college, that the math requirements were pretty different. And I think even in a lot of that case, it would be like, well, they'd prefer to just have some people skip some people by them than fail them. And that's a bad mentality to have in the education system if you care about the outcome at all.
Right. Yeah, well, I still think we're probably light years ahead of where we were 100 years ago. So I just don't want to use that like downturn academic achievement doomer pill about.
Again, a weird statement. We're light years ahead of 100 years ago. What? As you guys remember, if we make it to the end of the video, then that's the end of the video. I can find some other shit, but you've got 1 minute and 41 seconds of their shit to keep the party rated.
And this is why they need to further.
Well, I mean, not even anymore. Well, I mean, the only thing I use cash for is buying weed. I don't use cash for anything else. And I haven't used cash for anything else since like even when I was in like my mid-20s and I was working in restaurants. Even then, like I would, I'd get I'd always have cash, but I'd only use it because I had it. I mean, definitely, you need to know how to count your cash. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying even there. Sounds like they need some education. Bringing it full circle. There you go.
Reevaluate what's going on with college, because college would be great if all people needed it for was some high level training. Like you want to go on to become a doctor, a lawyer, an engineer, something like that. But for a lot of people to spend 4 years before that in a beer commercial, just piling up debt that does yourself and your people, future generations of your family, no favors at all. For most people right now, college is an extension of high school.
Yeah,
at least a good part of it. And if we want to actually justify any of that student loan money at all, it needs to not be that. It actually needs to be something that gives people more preparation for high level things, and not, I'm going to take some philosophy courses and find myself for 4 years.
Hey. All right. Hey.
And maybe become an art major.
Okay, you know who I blame for that though? I blame American Pie. Okay, I blame gross out college comedies from the late 90s and early thousands. I blame God, what was that? What was that movie with Jim Belushi? God,
Animal House.
Like what was it?
Animal House. You heathen.
Animal House. Dude. I blame Animal.
Yeah. What year was that? Like way before the late 90s. Animal House was 78. 1978. They already made a movie about this. But yeah, college drinking and crazy antics started because people watched American Pie, which, by the way, the first movie was them in high school, and then they were freshmen. Come on, man. Come on. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? This is some fucking boomer pearl clutchy what is it? Maggot shit. Fraggot. You fucking fraggot.
Like what was it?
Animal House, you heathen.
Animal House. Dude. I blame Animal House. I blame American Pie. I blame Road Trip. I blame, Grind. I blame all of the gross out stoner alcohol college party movies from the late 90s, early thousands.
So tell me that you had a shitty college experience without telling me that you had a shitty college experience. Even if you want to pin it all on Animal House, that was still in the 70s. That came out in 78. which means they started filming it in 77, which at the very, very latest means in 1975. We were like, hey, let's do this. When was Boogie Nights? Oh, that was 97. Really? Why do I feel like that was way earlier? Anyway, this is retarded. To think that the late 90s and early 2000s is where college debauchery came from?
Stupid. Come on, man.
Are you fucking Nancy Reagan? What are we doing?
For making me think that's what college was going to be.
That's what college was for me. I don't know. I thought he was going in a different direction. That's what college was for me. My senior year, I lived in an off-campus frat house in the master bedroom without even having to be in the frat. Because I'm just a fucking gangster like that. The biggest, baddest, okay, it's a private school, but biggest, baddest frat in the whole school. And a couple years before I went there, you can Google this. I think his name was Gary something, whatever, but he died from some frat hazing. And so Ryder used to be like a fucking party school. And then they just fucking locked that shit down. So all the fraternities and sororities and stuff, they would have their houses off campus. It was unofficial. It was just like they'd find a 7-bedroom house, and then all of them would, people would go. And so when I was in my spring semester, my junior year, me and two of my friends were just looking for end of sophomore year. So I lived in that frat house for 2 years. We were looking, it was the three of us, and we were looking for, a place. And the two of them happened to be in that frat. And they were like, yo, there's 3 rooms opening up in our frat house. And it's off campus and everything. So it's just a house. You don't have to be in the frat. Like, that's going to be a good time. That's going to be a good fucking time. And you know what? It was. And so again, I say, I would not give up my college experience for anything. I mean, maybe Animal House is a little extreme, but all of those movies are extremely reminiscent. For those of us who did college right. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's finish this the fuck up. We're done.
All right, so that is an hour of an open floor there. Just keeping in mind that we do have the 30-minute Q&A, just because it sounded like there may be some iron left to sharpen. Do you both want another 30 minutes of open floor?
I don't know what we have left as far as the actual DOE itself beyond.
Yeah. I was gonna say, as far as the topic,
I'm gonna call it. Oh, fucking Jesus Christ. Well, big pimpin'. I don't know about all that, but we definitely have push-ups to do. So we had the 5 here. So let me update this one here. 5, 8, 5, 3, 63. 163. Save that. Then pull 163 is there already. So 5. So okay, wait. Okay, so we didn't hit the after party goal. So I'm only going based off of the regular goal. 86. 43 push-ups. And a freebie for Morty. Because I love him more than any of you do. Okay? I love him more. Took psychology course, was forced to take math and English too. Well, I do think like Psychology 101, that's a good thing for people to have an understanding of. I do think that's good. I also think that there is something to the idea that we don't necessarily expect a high school graduate to know what they want to do in the world. And so once they're already signed up for college, then it's like, okay, well, let's kind of throw a bunch of basic shit at them so that maybe they're tickled pink by. How do you know? How do you know that you wouldn't have loved psychology? And you didn't want to go further, but people do, and a lot of people come in undecided, and that's what helps. I'm gonna try. I am gonna try. Let's see. If there's anyone, here's what we're gonna do. I'm opening back up the chat. If somebody or anybody wants to give me some encouragement, all right? Here we fucking go! 46.
Shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice once in fire, a mind joined is gone. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming.
Even this is more movement than I do. Oh. All right, here we go. Let's go.
From the wreckage, raising dawn from the dead. Every word is a weapon. Exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord marches with the sword's command. The beast of judgment, the mortal chemist, his power, the sun is 32, 33, 34, 35, 37, 8, 9, 40, 21, 22, 3, 24, 5, 6, and 1. For good luck. Let's fucking go. Nobody. I turned the members only off. Or nobody. Let's give a shout out to the real ones. The fucking real ones. Wait a minute. This is way more comfortable to be sitting back like this. I'm usually up here, and I got the back thing. Oh, yeah. This is way more comfortable. Oh, let's do that. And lay back. Hey, yo, this is so much more comfortable. Why haven't I been doing this? This compared to this. I think I found a new position. All right. All right. So no, yeah. Hey, I used to need to take a break for 48, 46. No, I did 47. Yeah, I used to need to take a break, but you guys are helping me out. I mean, I'm still puny, but we got a little something going on there. We got a little something going on there. That's not nothing. I mean, my chesticles. I'm insecure about my chest. I want a nice pecorino. You know what I mean? If Morty only knew the trouble. Ninja, if you had any fucking idea what I'd do for you. Are you good? What was that? Yeah. Thank you. I'm on my way, baby. Big shout out to all of the donations. Of course, the Sugar Daddy. We got JL. Sugar Daddy again. We had Nordic Born. We had Jennifer in the after party.
And of course, we had the Cash App from Funk Master General. This man dropped, 30, 60, 80 fucking dollars on this one stream. So, please tell the Funk Master I appreciate him. Guys, thank you so very, very much for hanging out. I know you guys could be doing anything else in the world, and yet here you are hanging out with the Overlord and myself. And I can't tell you how much that means to me. I can't. And so I just hope that you'll keep showing up, that you'll keep being part of the conversation. If you got a little extra Skrilla, throw it this way. We are trying to build something real, and I think we have the right people. I think we have the right vibe. I think we have the right thing. We just need to get more people coming into the show, more people going into the Discord and starting those conversations. And once the snowball gets rolling, guys, we're going to be rolling. Love you too, brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much for hanging out, guys. Once again, we've got the Overlord, Morty, my co-host, and I have been your host, Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. I love you guys so, so very much. Until next time, probably tomorrow, since we didn't hit that weekly goal. Let's see how close we can get. Until next time, we are out of here. Peace.